Here we go. Let's do this. The Rise and Fall of Gentlemen. Ooh, this should be interesting. I hear you've been busy as a bee, Seems half the whispers what come my way relate to your comings and goings. Being the active type you are, I reckon you'd be interested in investigating some queer rumors, am I right? Now before that, let me ask, ever heard of a man named Hildibrand? The name sounds familiar. Oi, you don't mean to say you knew the bugger? I know he thought himself famous, but thinking it don't make it true. Shame that he had to go and get himself killed. All that nonsense about stopping Dalamud himself. What in the seven hells was he thinking? Lest it was mercifully quick. Still, judging from the depth of that crater, he must have fallen from an unfathomable height. As only know what was going through his mind as he watched the ground rush to meet him. Ugh. Amazing how well the body was preserved, though. Hells, it's amazing there was a body left to bury at all. I had a reason for bringing this up. Ah, right. So, Nashu, Hildibrand's erstwhile assistant, has since become an inspector in her own right. At present, she's investigating the queer rumors I mentioned earlier. She's a sweet lass, a bit daft, but sweet nonetheless. So when I hear she's at wit's end, I want to help. Thing is, I prefer to meddle in the affairs of the living. Zombies are most definitely not my forte. So, if you're willing, I'd be grateful if you lent her a hand. As for where to find her, she's like to visit Hildibrand's grave in the lich yard when she's frustrated. Try looking for her there first. Oh, if only you were still alive, Spectre. You'd know how to stop these zombies. Ah, you there. Could it be... You've come to offer your services to me? Oh, but where are my manners? Allow me to introduce myself. Ahem. My name is Nashu, Agent of Inquiries. Extraordinary Inspector. At least, that's what I'm trying to be. It's not quite as easy as he made it look. Inspector Hildibrand was a great man. A real Arisian hero. We traveled the world, me and him, solving cases and thwarting evil. No matter the mystery, you could always count on the inspector to solve it with grace and style. But then there was the final case. The case of the century. He called it, How to Stop the Red Moon from Destroying the World. Why was the camera panning to the growing? Any reason? Never mind. To save us all, he flew into the sky, and all I could do was watch. But then he came back down, and he... This is all a joke. A big, funny joke. Right, Inspector? Any moment now. You'll burst out of the ground and shout, "Surprise! Had you fooled, eh?" And we'll laugh and laugh. They say no one remembers the warriors of light. Their names, their faces, all gone, forever. But I remember you, Inspector, no, gentleman hero Hildibrand. Can never be the hero you were, but I'll do my best to try. I, Nashu, Inspector Extraordinaire, will carry on your legacy. So I told myself, well, Nashu, there must be a leader, a head zombie, who tells the rest what to do. Therefore, all we need to do is kill him. Again, that is. Unfortunately, I don't know where he is, or how to find him. But now that you're here, my faithful assistant, you can try the one good idea I've come up with so far. If you go to where these dapper zombies were last seen in Sonarthana Land, you might find them. And then you could, you could become their friend and ask to meet their leader. Yes, that's sure to work. Did you find the zombies? You did? That's wonderful. I've been busy, too. The head zombie will rue the day he meets me, you'll see. So, tell me, what did you learn? Oh, so you weren't able to make new friends. Such a shame. But this parchment, this is a map of the Saguli Desert. There's a spot marked here in the south. And look, there's something written here. A gentleman is, rather than does. That sort of reminds me of, well, no matter. Let's see where this map takes us, assistant. Onward to the Saguli. I don't think I misread the map. Maybe they're just shy, though. I say, we call out to them and let them know we come in peace. And when the leader shows himself, we strike. I will go with that. That doesn't seem to work. Maybe you should try something else. A gentleman is rather than does. Ooh. Who summons the gentle dead man? They live. And we hunger. My brothers, lend me your ears. A gentleman does not dine upon his guests. Spare this fine gentleman and fair lady your mastications. Withdraw, I say, and harass them no more. Up in the sky! Look! It's a bird! No, it's an airship! No, it's the inspector! We hear and we obey. It is you! It really is you! I knew nothing could kill the great Inspector Hildibrand. Hildibrand? Who is this Hildibrand of whom you speak? My name is Zombiebrand, Devourer of Brains, Undead Overlord Extraordinaire. What are you saying? You're not an undead overlord. You're a gentleman inspector. Inspector, Overlord, Inspector, Overlord. Oh, Inspector, you're just confused is all. Don't worry, I'll knock some sense back into that noggin of yours. Stay your hand, lady. You know not what you do. Even if I were the esteemed gentleman you purport me to be, the concussive force of the blast was more likely to liquefy my... If crashing into the ground made you forget, then an explosion of equal force ought to make you remember. I'll save you, Inspector, or kill you trying. See, if you acknowledge the possibility this plan will result in my... death. Normally I would applaud your ingenuity, Nashu, but I would prefer that you found a more elegant solution. Ah, he remembers me! Inspector Hildibrand remembers me! Yes, I remember you, my faithful assistant. What I do not quite remember is how I came to be here. Oh, we're about to find out. Ah, such a wonderful dream. I slew a dragon and... What is this place? And for that matter, who am I? I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, has awoken at last. I always knew you'd come back to us. Be it Red Moon or Black Dragon, no fiend is a match for my legendary might. And who might this fine gentleman be? Could he perhaps be one of my many admire... Oh, but what is this faint tingling sensation in my arm? This ringing in my ears? This dizziness? Could it be a case? Amazing, isn't it? If he wasn't dead, he was just badly injured and he needed to hibernate. I didn't even know people could do that. A mild concussion will not sway Inspector Hildibrand from his true calling. Indeed. Verily, it could be naught else. Somewhere nearby, dastardly doings are afoot, and only I can thwart them. Copious quantities of sand, unbearable heat. Aha! The Saguli Desert, I'd bet my life on it. Which means Olda is but a short trek away. Yes, it all fits. Only that den of iniquity could so violently trigger my keen investigator sense. Fear not, law-abiding citizens. Inspector Hildibrand shall soon deliver you from evil. Which way did he go? Did you see? Oh dear, I gotta find him. And change my outfit too. Beg your pardon? You wish to question me as to the whereabouts of that deviant running about town dressed in rags? Do I look like a reporter for the Mitchell Eye? I do not consort with perverts. What? You're looking for a half-naked Highlander who likes to catch criminals? I think I remember a thing like that. If you do manage to find this inspector friend of yours, tell him to do something about the goddamn duelist. Me mate's my cousin's kid best friend lost his blade the other day to that bastard. Sorry lad, but if it's information you want, you'd be served best by going to women. The only rumors I've heard about are those about the weapon thief. Calls himself a duelist, or so I hear. But when you don't allow your opponents to refuse, well, I take it you've dealt with that zombie problem, eh? So, do tell, just why were they dressing up like dandies? Women! Hey, women! Thou almighty bugger me with their bleeding spear! The dead have risen, and they're walking the streets of Ulda. No need for melodrama, my good man. As you can see, reports of my death were greatly exaggerated. It's true. He's not a zombie. I checked. You do seem to be hale and healthy, which begs the question, how in the seven hells did you survive that fall? Why question divine providence? What matters is that Eorzeus champion has returned, and that he, and by that I mean I shall bring this thieving duelist to justice. Heard about that, did you? Might be harder than you think. Even I've got no inkling of that fellow's current whereabouts. Inconceivable. I refuse to believe that the ever-inquisitive, ever-ambitious, ever-reliable woman is without a single shred of information, even one of dubious relevance. Well, I make no promises, mind you, but there was some talk of a fair maiden what said her most. This knave assaulted a young woman as well? The audacity! I should fly to her side at... Why, if it isn't a gentleman from the Sagoli? A serendipitous encounter indeed, unless you too seek the belligerent duelist. Capital! It will be invigorating to engage in a friendly battle of wits. Already the spirit of complete competition fills me. Come, Nashu, we must away. Damn it, Hildy. I ain't told you the lass's name yet. Well, you might as well go after him. He'll be disappointed if you don't. The lady in question is named Yellow Moon. She's a woman with a taste for the finer things in life. Safe to say you'll find her getting fitted for something in the Weaver's Guild most every day. Good luck with the inspecting, Inspector. My beloved Pureheart was unlike any wand you'd ever seen. Elegant, refined, the perfect accessory for any cultured woman. You will bring it back to me, won't you? A priceless possession, callously ripped from the hands of its owner. The lady weeps, and the wind bears her sorrow to his ears. What gentleman could hear this clarion call and not beg the honor of championing her cause? What in the world? I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, shall scour all creation, from the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for your pure heart. What he said. And you, my fellow servant of justice, I see your instincts are not to be underestimated, having guided you to this fair maiden's side. Now then, Miss Moon, what can you tell us of the theft? Thefts, sir, to be precise. My pure heart was only the most recent item to be taken from me. I'm certain I had it when I left home the other day. After I browsed the latest fashion at Sunsilk and took in a match at the Coliseum, I realized it was gone. So the time and location of the theft are unknown. Essential details, without which we cannot solve the case. There is but one logical course of action, Miss Moon. To coax the hidden clues from your memories, we must reenact that fateful day's excursion to Sunsilk Tapestries. Miss Moon, would you be so kind as to describe your visit in detail in the day in question? Nothing unusual happened, but if you insist, I was pondering whether or not to purchase a new dress when a man approached me and confessed his undying love. What sort of man says that to a complete stranger, I ask you? Naturally, I was taken aback. I dropped my purse, in shock, not intentionally, on his foot, and he cried out in pain and fled. If I may be sold, Miss Moon, that strikes me as a most unusual happening. In any case, it appears to be completely unrelated to the theft. Let us next proceed to the Coliseum and see what you remember. Once again, Miss Moon, if you'll be so kind as to tell us what you remember. Well, like before, nothing unusual happened. I felt gambling that day and was debating which match to observe, when a gladiator approached me from behind and confessed his undying love. Naturally, I was taken aback. I whirled about and struck the man in the face with my purse, in shock, not intentionally. Unfortunately, since I was carrying a tremendous sum of money, my purse weighed about 60 pounds, and the blow was enough to render him unconscious. 120 pounds! Miss Moon, you are a remarkably strong woman. Which is precisely why you were targeted. Oh, it's so obvious in hindsight. The thief bore you a grudge. No, it's more than that. He hated you with a passion. There are sure a lot of giant crates in Ulda, at the Weaver's Guild, at Sunset Tapestries, and here too. Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. I must be allowed to focus. Wait. Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. I must be allowed to focus. Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. I must be allowed to focus.
Hildibrand pose at exit. Let me see if I can do this with my eyes closed.
Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. I must be allowed to focus.
Almost did it without opening my eyes. I almost did it.
Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. I must be allowed to focus.
I can do better. I need a drink. Okay, we'll do it again. Okay. One more time. Consider this as a freebie. And like I said before, I am not a professional actor or voice actor. But it's fun. Okay, here we go.
Stand back! I am on the verge of unraveling this mystery. I must be allowed to focus.
I think that was my best take yet.
These crates are everywhere, Enio. I wonder what's inside.
But I don't see how we can open...
Ah, of course. I still have plenty of explosives. Here, why don't you try?
It'll be fun. Nashu's delight. Use. Perspiring man.
Oh gods, have mercy. At the heart of every crime rests a single, unassailable truth, reached only by navigating a web of falsehoods and contradictions. Hearken to me now, for a shepherd leads his flock. I shall guide you to my irrefutable conclusion. A gladiator professes his feelings only to be rejected and physically assaulted in response, wounding his pride as a warrior and man. Resenting her prowess whilst recognizing his weakness, he carries out a more feasible vengeance. He robs Yellow Moon of her weapon, the Pure Heart. Inspector, we found the Pure Heart. These strange men sneaking around town in wooden crates had it. It's not what you think. We're not thieves. We are devotees. Yellow Moon is our sun and stars. We only wish to keep her safe from harm. And she misplace an item from time to time, we'd collect it for safekeeping. Nothing untoward. You deviants were behind all the thefts. All this time you've been stalking me. What nerve? Ah, such unbridled fury, such righteous indignation. We should be glad to accept the goddess's punishment. Goddess, devotees, but of course, that I had you inspect those crates was a stroke of genius indeed. As I was elucidating but a moment ago, those fiends are obviously the ones responsible for the recent rash of weapon thefts as... Those thefts were carried out by a single individual, you imbecile. Lest you've forgotten, the culprit is a duelist. He only claims his victims' weapons after defeating them in single combat. If your powers of observation are as great as you claim, you should have deduced that those buffoons in boxes were incapable of such. I should know. I'm a reporter for the Mithril Eye. My name is Ellie, and I've been investigating these incidents for weeks. Inspector Hildibrand! Gentle Inspector Hildibrand! Gentleman investigator and agent of inquiry, I presume. You're looking well for a dead man. Would you like to meet one of the duelist's victims? I'll introduce you with pleasure. You would be willing to share such precious information with me? Your generosity is commendable, Miss Ellie. May this mark the beginning of a long and beautiful relationship. Yes, very good. The name of the man is... Huh? Where in the bloody hells do you think you're going? I haven't told you anything yet. You know the recourse I will tell you the victim. Of course. I suppose since you're the imbecile's friend, you intend to help him. The man you want to find is an adventurer named Humphrey. At present, he can be found at the Golden Bazaar. With luck, the good inspector may find his way there by the time you arrive. If not, then so be it. I wonder what will happen when he discovers that the victim is a perpetrator as well. I'm Humphrey, and you are... At last, I've caught up with you. You there, young sir. I am told you are a victim of the marauding duelist. Me? A victim? How amusing. You amuse me. True, I was challenged by the duelist not long ago, but where he thought to find a whelp, he found a warrior of light instead. I defended my honor and my blade. See for yourself. You mean you won? That's amazing. Well, it has nothing compared to what I face at Cardano. Magitech to the right of us, Magitech to the left of us. Stuck in the middle with Master Low, we were. Core, he was a dab hand with the old magic, he was. I tried to save him, of course, but there's a limit to how many giant besties a man can... That man is no warrior of light. Tell them, Eleazar. Tell them how he lost and surrendered a sword that was not his own. Notice that pop in. Liar! Scoundrel! I trusted that bastard with me father's blade. Bid him take it to a smithy for restoration. Even gave him gil to pay for it. Then he comes crawling back, sniveling and begging forgiveness for losing in a duel. As if that's enough to set things right. Look at me, ye bleeding horse son. Look at me. Me flowing golden locks are no more. I've gone bald from the stress and heartbreak. I swear to everything holy that you'll face a reckoning if you don't bring her back to me. All right. He beat the shit out of me and took the old man's sword. I used the gil to pay the chirurgeon. I have no idea where he or the sword is. What am I supposed to do, huh? I can't give him what I don't have. Unless you help me find the sword. That's what you do, right? Help people? Have you no shame? First you claim a legacy not your own, then you beg others to help you with problems of your own making? You will refuse this man, won't you, Inspector? And what of Eleazar's flowing golden locks? How will forsaking young Humphrey help the man he was wronged? We shall begin our search for the sword by questioning the people of the Golden Bazaar. Antique swords? Oh, I haven't the foggiest about that. That traveling merchant Jojopai is the one you ought to speak with, assuming he hasn't left. That boy should be ashamed of himself, robbing poor Eleazar of a priceless family heirloom. Just goes to show you should never trust an adventurer who claims to be a warrior of light. Thieves and tricksters, a lot of them. It may not be the most honorable solution, but mayhap you should consider giving Eleazar a counterfeit blade. If the deception brings him peace in his final days, would it be so wrong? Eleazar's sword? Wasn't much to look at, but at least it was authentic. More than a fellow collectors have been tricked into purchasing counterfeit relics. I'm afraid I have no knowledge of an ancient sword. At least, not of one I can guarantee to be authentic. You see, any wares I determine to be of dubious origins, I immediately discard in the spring east of Cramped Drybone. Although I have no swords for sale at present, I may have disposed of a fast mile similar in design to the one you describe. This presents a quandary. Though I am loath to deceive an honorable man like Eleazar, a well-intentioned ruse may put his heart at ease, thus sparring the rejuvenation of his flowing golden locks, whilst we continue to search for the genuine article. Well, if there is a sword in that spring, it won't remain there for long. It's one of the more convenient sources of fresh water for the common folk in Camp Drybone. Tisk, you should endeavor to be more optimistic, Miss Ellie. Like me. I say we search the spring first before declaring all to be lost. It occurs to me that I'm not yet fully recovered from my accumulated injuries. It would not be prudent to immerse my body in water. Not without first coating it with a liberal application of salamander oil, that is. Indeed, on many an occasion my dearest mother attended my childhood scrapes just so. You understand the importance of physical rehabilitation, yes? Then you can assist me by pouring the oil all over my body. Okay. Ah, this comforting scent, as though I am a child in her arms. Quickly now, before it dries, knead the oil into my aching flesh. Really? Of course. The pain multiplies manifold. Gently, now, gently. Again. Oh gods, oh gods, oh gods. Yes, at last, my muscles slacken and soften, the warmth spreads, and the pain becomes pleasure. Yet again. Right there, yes. Keep doing that, just like that, just like, yes. Now, once more with feeling. Once more. Really? Never before have I received such splendid ministrations. Now then, into the spring. You as well, my good man. Another fetch quest. No sign of the sword Jojoba mentioned. I see. Ah! Now I'm all wet. What was that, anyway? Did something cause you to... Once again, my instincts have guided us to our quarry. That I had you search that section of the spring was a stroke of... Inspector, it's bad for your health to conduct investigations in those clothes. I'll go to Olda and fetch you some new ones. How thoughtful of you, Nashu. While you're there, purchase a few bottles of hair tonic for Eleazar as well. The newest, most potent blend you can find. Isn't that wonderful, my friend? Soon, all of Eleazar's woes will be no more. As promised, I return to you your father's ancient blade. Aye, it is her. Every chip and scratch is just as I remember. God's bless ye, sir. I never expected you would go to such lengths for two strangers without thought of reward. Altruism is a rare trait these days. This common enough if you know where to look. A gentleman recognizes the good in every soul and understands that none deserve to be forsaken. Spoken like a true gentleman, though your garments beg to differ. Inspector, I brought your change of clothing. I also bought a supply of tonic from this peddler I met in Pearl Lane. Excellent work, Nashu! If you would just bring me that case... Inspector? Inspector Hildibrand? I did not see that coming. There appears to be something lodged in my forehead. Could it be a missive from an adoring admirer? The author neglected to pen her name. I shall come to claim the collector's blade. Is that supposed to be flattering? No, you. It's supposed to be intimidating. The duelist wrote this. He's daring you to stop him. A challenge for me. Oh, at last the curtain rises. Very well. If I am to duel the duelist, I must dress for the occasion. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, accept your challenge. Time for a drink. Every time this character says the word extraordinaire, we have to take a shot. He's incredible. So bold, so majestic, just like a warrior of light. No, a gentleman of light. He is exceptionally something. Core, Inspector Hildibrand, you look amazing. Hildibrand. This is far from the strongest of swords. Blue skies and the rolling desert. How much longer must I seek the blade of legend? Challenge accepted, my worthy opponent. You shall not claim the blade. With my, let us call it what it is, genius, I shall bring you to justice. Wait, you wish to deal with weapons, not wits? This bridge hardly seems appropriate for such an epic battle. Hey, I know that spear. That's the one I found buried with the pumpkins. Pumpkins sort of remind me of, no, it's gone. Never mind. Perchance you are curious about the duelist's declared target. It so happens I've identified the weapon in question. The treaty blade is part of an Ishgardian noble's collection. Or was, I should say. No, it has not yet been stolen. It has been purchased by an olden collector, the wife of a wealthy merchant living in Vesper Bay. Suffice it to say, I would be remiss in my duties as a reporter were I not to investigate her. And should the duelist strike whilst I am present, well, I hope I'd need to explain what a golden opportunity that would be. Ingratiating myself to her may prove to be the greatest challenge, though. I'm told she's a difficult woman to please. Fortunately, I'm also told that she has a fondness for rare flowers, the sort Tutusi in Camp Drybone sells. You can come along, if you'd like. I had a feeling you couldn't resist the pull of a good story. Since you're here, why don't you choose the Altic lavender to buy? Here you are, miss. Thank you for your patronage. Was it for love or money that you killed him? It was you? Have you gone mad? That was an Amalja arrow in his back. I don't even know how to shoot a bow. Amalja don't shoot fleeing unarmed merchants. They capture and temper them. Not you or your victim make for convincing merchants. If you're going to misrepresent yourself, put some effort into it. Wear gloves, wear gloves for God's sakes. Or at least don't wave your hands in front of my face. The calluses in your fingers betray you as a veteran archer. Doubtless you used your skills to great effect 5 years ago, as did your partner. So again, I ask, was it because he took from you, or was it because he took from you your share, or your sister? You don't touch a man's kin. He knew that, and yet he... Damn. I thought he did it for the money. You too. He's all yours. Yes, of course. Thank you for the help, Inspector. At least he's competent. But when did investigating crimes become such a popular profession? It's not his job, you know. He just likes doing it. He belongs to one of Ishgard's high houses. Some say he's a baron. Not at all like that buffoon Hildibrand, don't you think? I try not to think about Hildibrand. We should get going. Lady Durilda will not take kindly to wilted flowers. I believe you have something to present to Lady Durilda. Go on then. Again? As I told the last 20 who came before, if you have come looking for work, you are too late. And even if I were in need of additional security, I would not deign to hire a common adventurer. Now remove yourself from my sight before I have you removed. Okay. Did you really think I could be so easily manipulated? Present the right gift, speak the magic words, and you would earn my respect? What is more, a flower's beauty is fleeting. I value beauty which transcends the boundaries of time, everlasting, enduring, unchanging. Like mine. Now get out. Forgive us, Lady Durilda. We meant no disrespect. We were afraid that you would not heed our warnings otherwise. A notorious, violent thief is plotting to steal the treaty blade. You fools! I shall come to claim the collector's blade! Yes, I read the mitral eye. I know full well of whom you speak, and it is none of your concern. I have a legion of guards at my disposal. Should he try, I will have him seized, or worse. And even if by some miracle he should succeed, he will not escape my wrath, for I have retained the services of a certain gentleman. Ah, but you may see for yourself. Like every piece in my collection, he has been chosen with the utmost care. Now look on, my peerless inspector, interlopers, and despair. Ships that pass in the night, a signal shown in the darkness. The lady cries out for a guardian, and a gentleman must needs oblige. I swear to you, here and now, I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall neither slumber nor sleep until the fiend who covets the treaty blade is brought to justice. About to take a shot. He said extraordinaire again. Good sir, what brings you here? Are you come in pursuit of the duelist as well? Or perchance in pursuit of me? As if I would spend a single gil on an insufferable incompetent. To be fair, you are not spending a single gil on me. That chance to investigate such an intriguing case is payment enough. Preemptive declarations of criminal intent are hardly in vogue. Sorry I'm late. Busy solving a murder. Briardien, consulting inspector, at your service, my lady. Conniving inspector? Consulting inspector. Rotting flesh and saltpeter. Hildibrand Mardeville and Nashu Mahakara, I presume? Two rank amateurs playing in a profession of which they know not. Call me when you've finished with these wastrels. Oh. You see, I do not want nor need your help. Briardien is more than capable of overseeing the transfer. Now get out, all of you. Where have you been, Maria? And where is my vase? There was this strange flying thing, and the vase, I dropped it in the water. I was so... That vase once belonged to the royal house of Thorn. Do you have any idea how much it was worth? You will go back outside right now and search for my vase, and you are not to return until you find it. Do I make myself clear? My lady, pray allow me to go in the girl's stead. It is not safe, for she herself spoke of a ferocious wild beast. With my unmatched investigative skills, I shall swiftly locate and recover the missing vase, thereby earning your respect. At which point you will gladly grant me permission to investigate the thieving duelist. Verily, it is a plan fiendishly clever in its intricacies. Not when spoken aloud. Miss Maria, would you be so kind as to tell me exactly what happened? I picked up the vase in Olda, like Mother said, and I was on my way home. I was crossing the bridge, and then the flying thing came. I got scared, so I ran. When I stopped, it was gone. But so was the vase. I think I dropped it in Novika's wells. I went to go and look, but there were scary looking things down there. I'm scared to go alone. You are no longer alone, Miss Maria. We shall go together and look for the vase. All 5 of us. All 4 of you. I'm going after Inspector Briardien. If the duelist strikes, I mean to be there. But Miss Millie, how can you ignore the plight of a young girl for the sake of a story? Because that's my job, you imbecile. Well, we shall not be derelict in our duty to justice. Come, Nashu, we must away. You don't even know what the bloody vase looks like! Maria, dear, listen. If it gets dangerous, or if you feel afraid, you run to this adventurer for help. Understand? A pox upon that thieving demon bird! He shall rue the day he crossed paths with me! Huh? A vase? I know not of what you... Gah! Curse this infernal refuse underfoot! Every point is a dagger. There is something in the water at the man's feet. A vase? Well, anything that falls in the water is like to be swept downstream fairly quickly. Does this have anything to do with that queer winged beast I saw earlier? No? Never mind then. That girl what ran by earlier? Aye, I seen her. Had something in her hands, but dropped it while crossing the bridge. Didn't get a good look, but I reckon it don't matter any road. Whatever it was. It's long gone by now. Here. do I spy the treasured vase of Lady Dorilda over... Oh. Oh dear. Does this belong to you, child? Forgive me, I was so engrossed in my search that I did not notice. You searched for what? Pray tell. The demon bird that absconded my weapon. I set it down for about a moment, only to see it next in the talons of that accursed creature. I gave chase, following it to these waters, and in my haste I must have stepped upon your vase. Don't fret, Maria. I know it looks bad, but I'm sure Inspector Hildibrand will think of something. Oh, but I already have, my faithful assistant. Hearken to me now, for as the rising sun doth dispel the dark, so shall my solution resolve our dilemma. But first, we must gather as many fragments of the vase as we can find. Come to present your findings, have you? Splendid! Let's have a look. Well done, my friend. This should be more than sufficient for our needs. He has performed miracles with far less, after all. Shattered antique vase will not deter Inspector Hildibrand from his mission. Manderville dance. Ooh, we get an emote. Nice. There is but one person in all Eorzea capable of reconstructing this vase. A man whose skill with the hammer has brought rival goldsmiths low. So breathtaking are his works, so fearsome his competitive spirit. This man is no mere goldsmith. You speak of him as one would of a great warrior. Once, a notorious gang of thieves perpetrated a series of robberies in Olda, targeting establishments which sold luxury goods. One such shop was owned by the humble lapidary of whom I speak. His was the last shop the thieves struck, for the following morning they were found beaten, bound, and gagged in the gold court. The brass blades never learned who was responsible. The only information they had was the testimony of a thief, who kept muttering the words, "Hammer, the hammer." He sounds dangerous. Aye, that he does. And I do so enjoy the company of dangerous men. But where are my manners? I've yet to properly introduce myself. I am Gilgamesh, and that is my companion, Enkidu. Well, not really. It has been many moons since I last saw her. So to ease the burden of loneliness, I tamed a rooster and painted it green. In any case, you mean to search for this goldsmith, yes? If so, it would be my pleasure to help. The pleasure is all mine, Gilligan. I, Hildibrand, Age of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, bid you welcome. There it is again. Extraordinaire. Take a shot. If it is not hard for you to remember, I give you leave to call me Gil. Excellent suggestion, Greg. Playful monikers are an effective means of building camaraderie. Call me Hildy. Now then, from what I know of the goldsmith's propensity to procure his materials himself, I have deduced that he is most likely to be found in the vicinity of Blue Fog in northern Thailand. It is there we shall begin our search. The goblin's wounds indicated it was felled with a hammer. Oof, a trail of bloody footprints leads to the north. The basilisk's wound indicated it was felled with a hammer. Same method. His handiwork is unmistakable. The corpse is still quite warm. The Doblin, the Basilisk, this Ahriman. All were slain with a hammer, as was the beast over yonder, unless I am mistaken. That chimera must be his latest prize, which means he must still be about. Mayhap he's watching at this very moment, attempting to ascertain our intentions. He was ever a cautious man when on the hunt.
That pop in.
Alas, it comes to this. Though every fiber of my being cries out in rebellion, I must break my oath and do the unspeakable. What must you do that is so terrible? I must dance! I'm a Manderville man, doing it only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Quertus to Tanaland, Manderville man. Adorable. I cannot avert mine eyes. That is the dance of House Manderville, passed down from father to son. Were I to perform it within sight of our quarry, he would not be able to resist revealing himself. Alas, I neglected to properly stretch my legs beforehand. My good man, I see no other solution. You must dance in my stead. Though it be a gross, unconscionable violation of my family's traditions, I must bequeath to you the Manderville. What an interesting side quest we got going on here. Are you really going to do the Manderville? Ooh, I can't wait. What manner of man can be summoned only through dance? My thoughts exactly. The time has come for you to do what only a Manderville can. Let's do this. We are assemblings now, my constant comrade. For I have shared with you the secrets of House Manderville. Now you must use that knowledge. Go to the fallen chimera and dance like only a Manderville can. Then see yourself a Manderville man. You would do what only a Manderville can. Then lift your legs and put up your hands. Be a Manderville man. He comes. Ho, ho, ho! You have naught to fear from me. Not at all. The only accounts I came to settle were with the Chimera. But you were not drawn here by some coincidence, were you? No, you came in search for me, Godbert. Why else would you gyrate your hips in such a gentlemanly fashion, if not that? But more importantly, how in the hells did you learn the Manderville? If I did not teach you, then who? By the grace of Thal, what sorcery is this? He yet lives? Did it just turn into an episode of Roadrunner? Hildibrand, Dour, Maximilian. You come in to play Final Fantasy and an episode WWE breaks out. "10 years, Hildibrand. 10 years since you left home. And 5 since I learned of your trip to Dalamud. How long were you planning to allow your mother and father to suffer under the illusion that their beloved son was dead? Son? You're Hildy's father? Godbert the goldsmith's a Vanderbilt man, smithing as only a Manderville can. Oil him up and give him a tan, fit for a Manderville man. Please, father, cease your undulations at once. There are more pressing matters at hand. This antique vase must be made whole once more for the sake of Miss Maria. Ha! Do not worry, little one. I deal with worse cases before my morning bowel movement. Hold your applause until the end. Byragot, guide my hammer. Look how it sparkles in the twilight. How it radiates elegance. Would you all not agree that it is a work of art? You've completely destroyed a priceless antique's historical value. Nonsense! I have taken a dull, unremarkable vase and transformed it into something far superior. I hope you are paying attention, Hildy. How long has it been since you last held a hammer? Father, that is not my path. I am an agent of inquiry, an inspector. It is my duty to help those in need. Miss Maria is one such person. There are others, too. Innocent people whose weapons were callously ripped from their hands by a thieving duelist. I thought you had put away childish dreams. No matter. You will understand in due time. No, I will not. I'm an inspector, father. I can be naught else. Mr. Godbert, sir. I don't think my mother is going to like what you did. She probably won't let Mr. Hildibrand help with the investigation. We cannot say that for certain, can we? Mayhaps you will take a liking to this reimagining? You spoke of a thieving duelist, did you not? It so happens I am something of a duelist myself. Were we to cross paths with this fellow, I would welcome the opportunity to pit my skills against his. In Kidu as well, I should think. I see you two possess a strong sense of justice. Full glad am I to have met you, Greg. Now, let us return to Vesper Bay and see how our vase is received. Vesper Bay, you say? What a coincidence! I shall be traveling there on business once I have finished gathering materials. Oh, I think I might have seen the demon bird which took my weapon. Go on without me. I shall follow anon. Mayhap Miss Maria should be the one to present the vase. I already lost track on what this story is about for this side quest. No matter. I hope she likes it. Okay. Mother, I brought you the vase. By the gods, have you all no shame? How dare you make my daughter complicit in your chicanery? I don't know where you found this gaudy trash, but it bears no resemblance whatsoever to the vase I purchased. Now see here, Lady Durilda, not only did you send Maria to fetch your priceless vase alone, placing her in considerable danger should bandits or wild beasts attack, which they did, but... gaudy trash? Lord Mandeville! Lord Mandeville, sir, I did not realize you had arrived. Though I know it is nothing compared to the lavish accommodations an esteemed gentleman such as yourself must enjoy, I pray my humble abode meets with your satisfaction. Oh, it does, my lady. It does indeed. Especially that exquisite vase over yonder. Although I gather from your previous comments that you do not like my reconstruction. Your reconstruction? Oh, I don't like it. I love it. I would go so far as to call it the new centerpiece of my Thorn Dynasty collection. Ah, what a relief. I would have been most distressed you said otherwise. We Mandervilles do so take pride in our work and ever strive for professional perfection. Oh, but why am I repeating what my son Hildibrand doubtless told you when he offered you to investigate the duelist threats? Enough expository banter, I say. I cannot recall if your son used those precise words, but I do remember thinking that his help would be most welcome. You will be helping us, Inspector Hildibrand, will you not? Wait a minute. Your father is Lord Godbert Munderville, the man who took Eolande Quiver's seat on the Syndicate. It appears there have been many developments over the past 10 years of which I was completely unaware. In any case, we must redirect our energies towards the investigation of the thieving duelist. Our first order of business will be to review all the facts with consenting Inspector Briardien. What do these characters gotta say now? Let's find out. Come, we have a thief to catch. Let us seek out Inspector Briardien at once. I hope I did not speak over much earlier. My wife would describe it as a proclivity to pontificate. But I prefer to think of it as an earnest desire to establish rapport with my fellow man. think she likes it. Why are you still here? Allow me to elucidate. Lady Dorilda has asked that we assist with the investigation. Now kindly share with us all your information. Fine. Our plans have advanced to a stage that even you couldn't ruin them anyway. I commissioned several reproductions of the treaty blade through a merchant named Jojompa who traffics in counterfeit antiques. These blades have been delivered to the observatorium, where they are being distributed amongst Lady Dorilda's sellswords. Once I give the order, they will transport them via alternate routes to Vesper Bay. Ooh, I think I get it. You're hiding the real transport with a bunch of decoys, right? They're all decoys. The moment the thief strikes, all our forces will converge on his location, including those disguised as small folk along each route. The real treaty blade will remain in the original owner's vault until the thief has been apprehended. Everything has been accounted for. You are superfluous. Mayhap we could use more small folk to watch the roads in and out of the observatorium, assuming you have the capacity to conduct yourself in an unassuming fashion. Fear not, my fellow inspector, for I am the master of disguise. Have you any information regarding the duelist himself? A description? You never thought to ask Humphrey, did you? The thief is said to be a towering brute dressed in red who wields a halberd. A man so garishly dressed should be easy to find in snowy Huertas. Then I suppose we don't need your help after all, do we? Come or don't, I couldn't care less. Be seeing you. Pray forgive my lateness. Greg, my good man, what a pleasure to see you again. We just received new information regarding the weapon thief. The victim described him as a halberd-wielding brute A victim described him as a halberd-wielding brute dressed in a ridiculous outfit. A ridiculous outfit? Oh, now I am intrigued. What reasons would a warrior have for wearing impractical clothing? What reasons indeed? It is enough to make a gentleman laugh. It's still going. That damnable demon bird continues to elude me, but no longer. Soon I shall claim my revenge and weapon both. Allow me to summarize our current plan of action. Our destination is the observatorium, and our mission is to pose as goodly small folk, in accordance with Inspector Briardien's instructions. Naturally, should the situation demand improvisation, we're to disregard those instructions. Any questions? No? Then let us sally forth at once. Hail to thee, fellow servant of justice. I take it you are one of the many tasked with transporting a counterfeit treaty blade? Clearly you've mistaken me for someone else, sir. At ease, Sergeant. They're with us more small folk. Keep an eye on them, or else. But sir, Bugger me. Don't you bloody move until I get back. I say, is this land always so inhospitable? The biting winds, the endless snows. Mayhap keeping active will help me to stay warm. Oh, and should I chance to find a thieving duelist, I will of course summon you, after administering the requisite beating. Haha. Good, you're still... Wasn't there someone else with you a moment ago? Ah, you speak of Greg. He ventured outside the gates mere moments before your arrival, full eager to catch the thief, as are we. Come, Nashu, we too must answer the call of duty. You look like you might actually be useful. Why don't you have a word with my man near the east gates? We're undermanned over there. Any halberd-wielding mummer shall answer to me! You see that just now? No? I don't think my eyes were playing tricks on me, but there's only one way to be sure. You wait here. Inspector! Over there! Look! What is it, Nashu? Pray tell me what you see. Ah, ha! I see you, demon bird. You will not escape me this time. Why, hello there, my friends. Is aught amiss? Oh, it's just Greg. For a moment, I thought you might have spotted our thief. Come, Nashu, we have lingered here over long. We must aggress post haste. There is not out of the ordinary here either. No luck, We have scoured every elm of this area to no avail. I can only conclude that, having learned that his opponent was to be the legendary Inspector Hildibrand, the duelist renounced his criminal ways and retreated into hiding. Or perhaps he's waiting patiently outside the walls for more wagons to leave. That being said, should you decide to venture into wilderness, you would have best arm yourself with more than your wits. I appreciate your concern, Miss Ellie, but a gentleman should abstain from violence unless absolutely necessary. I'll fight for you, Inspector. I even found a weapon to use. What, a 12? Is that the self-same spear which propelled me to the Red Moon? Wherever did you find it? He was buried in the snow. Well, one cannot ignore the will of destiny. Return it to me, Nashu. Do I will still endeavor to avoid fisticuffs. I will be duly armed should worst come to worst. Now then, we begin our search for the duelist to the east of the observatorium. Come now, how hard can it be to find a large man dressed in red in Quertas? Core, it's cold out here. Take your post, my good man, and entrust your safety to me. Inspector Hildibrand is ready for battle. Wherefore art thou, my nefarious nemesis? 'Twas not the self-same creature, but one of many. Nevertheless, I know that my weapon is close by. You sense it too, don't you? Greg, I've been meaning to ask, why do you covet this weapon so? If you but beheld it, you would understand. In some ways, it bore a resemblance to a spear, but in other respects, it was quite different. It was crowned with a magnificent axe blade, to which was welded a musket barrel. 'Twas one of the first weapons I added to my collection after arriving these lands. Ah, how I yearn to reclaim it. The strongest of spears. That weapon of yours bears a striking resemblance to the strongest of spears. I claimed this weapon 5 years ago. Surely you can't be serious. Grrr. Now you call me Shirley. No matter. Give it to me. Give it to me. This spear and I traveled together to the very heavens. I will not relinquish it again. This spear and I bested many a man together. I will not relinquish it again. Then we are an impasse. I can't believe I'm saying this, but well done, Inspector. Thanks to you, we've caught the weapon thief in the act. Miss Ellie, you're grossly misreading our dispute. Greg is a good, honest man who I'm certain has never stolen a weapon in his life. Indeed, I have not. Every weapon I've claimed was by rights mine. Each was a trophy for besting my opponent in single combat. I believe that constitutes a confession. Seize him. A confession to what? I have done not wrong. Bah, you all are beyond reason. Ah, yes, my plan to secure Greg's confession was utterly flawless, and his capture will be the coup de grace. Well, my plan is thus far flawless. Griffin Crossing is still impassable. I know who you are, even if that imbecile doesn't. So let's not mince words. Only you have the skill to face the duelist in battle. Even so, your strength alone will likely not suffice. I suggest you muster what allies you can. Which way did he go, Enio? Did you see? His name isn't really Greg, is it? Lest you find my advice unsporting, I remind you that our duty supersedes any misbegotten notions of honor you may possess. Really? No, Miss Ellie. Ah, my good man. It is a relief to hear your footfalls. As you have doubtless deduced, I was unable to prevent Greg from escaping through the doors. I must leave the rest to you. Yes, it was I behind these doors the whole time. You took so long to arrive. I was getting word you might have gotten lost. Long did I wonder what your role in this play was. A silent guardian, content to watch events unfold with minimal interaction. At the last, I understand. We were fated to duel, you and I. Best me, and you may have the spear. Fail, and your weapons are forfeit. Fair terms, do you not think? I will even extend them to your allies. I grant you leave to summon others. After all, it will avail you no advantage. Hehe. For Gilgamesh, it is embiggening time! Trial time? Yeah, we're getting small, but we almost got him. We got him. Well then. That's enough of a beating for now. The facial expression of the main character. Why, Greg? Why? Are you dead again, Inspector? How many swords did you drop while... Wait. Doesn't that one there look just like Eleazar's sword? But even to my untrained eye, this is obviously a counterfeit blade. And so is this one. And this one. Why in the world? Alright, what do you got, Briardien? Alone, yet still armed. In any case, he seems satisfied with the halberd. We will proceed with the delivery. This more magnificent than I imagined. 'Twill make a fine addition to my collection. And with that, our business is concluded. Cheers! I genuinely mean that in your case, by the way. All's well that ends well, right, Inspector? Though it's a shame that Greg turned out to be the thief. There you are, Inspector Briardien. Why did you not wait for me at the docks? Why are you all staring at me so? Oh, never mind that. Where is my treaty blade? But didn't we just give you the treaty blade? Disguise yourself as the client and let the treaty blade come to you. Take advantage of an existing situation to distract us from the real crime. Brilliant. The man in red never spoke of the treaty blade, only the halberd. Moreover, he always issued his challenges in person. Dear gods, isn't it obvious? What is it like in your funny little brains? Must be so boring. If the man in red did not send the challenge, then who did? I believe this is addressed to me, condescending Inspector Briardien. Piss off. 400 years have I slept. 1,000 faces do I wear. What is yours will be mine. I shall to claim the Lapis Maiden's virtue. A many-faced phantom thief. Interesting. The design and the wording are the same as before. The thief who stole the treaty blade sent this. Very well. I, and I alone, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, once more accept your challenge. And you know what that means? Another shot. You want a challenge, huh? Stand and face me, you buffoon! How dare you all laugh at a time like this, after allowing my precious treaty blade to be stolen? And you, Maria. Well, I suppose it is a little funny, isn't it? The two of them dashing to a pair of gentlemen mummers. You know, it's been far too long since we've seen a show. We should head into the city later, just you and me. I think that is the game's fourth wall breaking again, because after all those level 50 major quests you gotta do, I think it's nice to see something like this, a nice comic relief. And they're still running. Not bad, Hildy. Not bad at all. You are indeed a Manderville man. Mark my face, oh phantom of many faces, for it is the face of the. What an amazing side quest this has been so far. The fiend dares lay claim to the fair maiden's virtue. A seeds of jealousy quicken within an inspector's soul. Can true love bloom on this battlefield? Will this Manderville man find his Manderville wife?
Hey, what's with the goggles these men are wearing? They look special. Maybe if I ask nicely, they'll give me a pair. I guess we'll find out next time. Ah, there you are. I've been doing some investigating on my own since we last parted. I believe I found our Lapis Maiden. The girl's name is Arabella, daughter of one Master Gugurimu, a prominent member of the East Aldernar Trading Company. Her eyes and hair a most exceptional shade of blue. Her beauty is the talk of the Sultanate. Her purported beauty, I should say. You see, none have actually seen the girl in the flesh. Apparently her father is the overprotective sort. Some say that the maiden has never set foot outside the family's well-guarded estate. But all this is about to change. Rumor has it that the girl is to be wed. And not just to anyone, mind you. To the heir to the Bruguer Consortium. The formal announcement is set to be made at a commemorative feast, to be jointly hosted by the two family businesses. The venue is Costa del Sol, where preparations are going on as we speak. Word on the street is that the bride-to-be will be making a rare public appearance. It is here that the thief intends to strike. I couldn't be more certain of it. Piqued your interest, have I? My sources tell me that the bride's father is already in Costa del Sol, overseeing the preparations. This is one scoop I'm not going to miss, and you're welcome to come along. This is Master Gugurimu of the East Aldernar Trading Company, and father of the bride. Let's see what he can tell us. You're not one of my associates. This banquet is for invited guests only. If you have no business here, be on your way at once. Beg pardon, good sir. My name is Ellie, reporter for the Mitral Eye. If I might just have a moment of... Ah yes, the two-gill sensationalist rag. I read your tiresome screed about the self-styled phantom thief and his letter of challenge. If you have come to tell me my daughter is in danger, I can assure you that your concern is entirely unwarranted. I have not kept my Arabella safe to this day to see her whisked away from me by some fly-by-night rogue. I have spared no expense in securing the best protection that money can buy. The Brass Blades of the Gerbera, an elite unit of the most lethal swordsmen in the Sultanate. They say one of them caused a man's heart to burst just by looking at him askance. The moment they set eyes on the would-be thief will be his last. If the thief is obliging enough to allow himself to be seen, or do those goggles serve some purpose other than making the wearer look utterly ridiculous? Consulting Inspector Briardien, your reputation precedes you. And what, pray tell, would you propose? I have promised some of the wealthiest men in the realm that my daughter will be attending the festivities. To renege on my word, that would have dire implications for the family trade. My proposal is a simple one. Entrust the investigation to me. The thief will be in shackles before the banquet commences, and it will cost you not a whit of your precious gil. Very well. Let us see if your reputation is deserved. But consider yourself warned. Greater fortunes than you will ever know hinge upon this banquet. I will not tolerate any disturbances. Those people are still smiling. Such touching concern for his coin purse. If only he could muster the same for his daughter. But do tell, Inspector. After he slipped under our noses the last time,
What makes you so confident that you can catch our thief this time around? Our man may boast 1,000 faces, but he has but a single modus operandi, and that is painfully obvious. A letter of challenge, a precious treasure whisked away from its rightful owner in the broad light of day. This tells me that our thief is an attention seeker with supreme confidence in his abilities. Doubtless he means to target the maiden using the same methods he used to obscene with the treaty blade. Even now, the fiend is in our midst, having assumed the identity of someone who will be in close proximity to Miss Arabella at the feast. I have already narrowed the field. Arabella's betrothed, Vance, would be an obvious target for our thief. So too would be his father, Morgan. Yalto Noto and his wife, Sainana, the guest of honor, will give a toast to the couple's happiness. Both will be standing close to the stage where the bride-to-be is set to appear. Needless to say, we cannot rule out Gugurimo himself. Finally, we have Leavenheart, a steward of Gugurimo's estate, and Miss Arabella's personal attendant. All the key players, save for the Lapis Maiden herself, have assembled in Costa del Sol. Doubtless the Phantom Thief lurks among them, his face concealed, gathering information and planning his course of attack. We will begin our questioning of the suspects immediately. Should you encounter any suspicious individuals, you are to report back to me at once. Hildibrand Manderville, I could smell the stench of idiocy and incompetence from a mile away. The pleasure is all mine, contriving Inspector Briardien. Forgive me for not revealing myself sooner. I was simply conducting a period of preliminary undercover investigative work. Yet to see through my ingenious disguise with such ease. Yes, I dare say your powers of observation rival even my own. Fear not, friends. I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, have arrived to defend the maiden's honor as only a Manderville man can. There's the extraordinaire word again. Another shadow. He does realize there's still a fish on his head, doesn't he? Good, Inspector. I realize we have not seen eye to monocle in the past, but a fair maiden's virtue, mayhap her very life, is at stake. From one gentleman to another, let us put aside our differences. Yes, I would welcome your assistance in this case. Me assist you? Aren't you a funny man? Oh, it makes no matter. My plan is so flawless that not even your bungling can interfere this time. If you wish to assist me, you may do so by keeping watch over the suspects. In the meantime, I have a promising lead to investigate. I shall return before the banquet begins. While I know this may be asking much, do try not to do anything stupid in my absence, will you? I would speak with you, but not here. I'll be waiting for you outside Costa del Sol. Come quickly, for we do not have the luxury of time. Inspector Briardien seems to have taken a liking to you. You should be proud. As you can see by his treatment of someone we know, the man doesn't suffer fools lightly. It is not by fate's whimsy that we have been reunited here today, friend. You are destined to be my side as I apprehend the fiend and defend the fair maiden's virtue. You've come! Excellent. With that buffoon suitably distracted, we can get to more important matters. But before we proceed, what might I call you? An remarkable name, but it will suffice. Now answer me this, Enio. You were there when the Phantom Thief, in the guise of Lady Durilda, stole off with a treaty blade. Was there anything about our foe's disguise that struck you as particularly noteworthy? The perfect mannerisms. Intriguing. Where most would point out the sheer physical perfection of the disguise, you turn an eye within. A thorough inspection of the mask left behind at the scene revealed a tiny prism sewn into the fabric. It is this stone that allows him to change appearances at will. And yet, like you, this was of secondary concern to me. From movements to mannerisms to that utterly obnoxious personality, the thief did not merely look like Lady Durilda, he was her. Such a feat could not be accomplished by magical trickery alone. We are dealing with a clever and thorough criminal. Not content to rely on his ample powers of disguise, he studies his targets closely before assuming their identities. He emulates them utterly and completely, but not even their closest friends or family could detect that aught is amiss. All the Klee players arrived at Costa del Sol 3 days ago. When preparations for the banquet began, this would afford our thief more than enough time to study his would-be target. And yet, some disguises are more challenging than others. Put yourself in the minds of our phantom, Enio. If you were the thief, whose identity would you first assume? Probably one of the guests. Would he? The guests are well acquainted with each other. One misstep and the thief's cover will be blown. No, there is a more logical first target, one that would afford him the opportunity to gather the knowledge he needs, and at less risk. Yes, one of the brass blades of the Gerbera. Strong in number, few words, able to come and go as they please. A fearsome reputation to scare away any who would draw near enough to realize something was amiss. An ideal entry into Costa del Sol for our man. Deducing as much, I made a point to question brass blades in the area. Little to my surprise, I learned that there was one man who had not been seen at his favorite alehouse for 3 days past. Our thief has not made a habit of wanton murder. Doubtless the poor man is lying naked in a ditch not far from here. In addition to general security duties, each of the blades has been assigned to serve as bodyguard for one or more of the guests. If the man can tell us of his assigned charge, like as not, his answer will reveal the current identity of our thief. Our thief would not have had the time to carry the unconscious man far. I will canvass the immediate area. You begin your search on the outskirts of Costa del Sol. Ooh. Excellent. You are one of the less incompetent assistants I have worked with. Thank the gods. Please free me from these chains before the snippers eat me alive. There. Now tell me all that you can remember about what happened to you. And try to be brief. We just arrived in Costa del Sol. Had a briefing of sorts. Master Gugurimo gave us each our orders. Who we'd be looking after and that and like. Had a mind to tour the area, get my bearings. Next thing I knew, I felt a thwack on the back of my head. When I came to, here I was, stripped to my skivvies. Much to the chagrin of those of us who have to look at you. You said you received orders from Master Gugurimo. Who was to be your charge? My memory is hazy, but... one was Morgant, father of the groom. The other was Alalafelen Gent from Limsa. Yalto Nolto. Now try your best to remember. Were there any other guests with whom you were ordered to interact? Come to think of it, Yes. There was also the steward, Leeuwenhart. I was to review with him the schedule events. Discuss the protection of key supplies, that sort of thing. Morgant, Yalto Nolto, and Leeuwenhart. Thank you. For an incompetent fool, your testimonies prove astonishingly enlightening. I shall see this man back to the city and into the possession of some new clothes, after which I shall return to Costa del Sol to continue the investigation. Go on ahead of me, and for the love of gods, just make sure that imbecile doesn't cause too much trouble in my absence. Ah, there you are, friend, and not a moment too soon, for I was about to commence my investigation in earnest. Tell me, did you or an Inspector Briardien's avenue of inquiry bear fruit? Morgant, Yalto Nolto, and the steward Leeuwenhart, you say? This does not surprise me. Yes, I considered them all exceptionally suspicious from the start. With the Lapis Maiden in danger, we cannot afford a moment's delay. I, Hildibrand, shall have our thief in shackles before the Inspector returns. Fear not, friend, the Inspector shall be none the wiser. Haha, if he had hoped to nab the fiend for himself, he should not have simplified the task for me so. Ah, there is one of our suspects standing suspiciously under that canopy over there. Just you wait, fiend. I shall rip the mask from your face and reveal you for the road that you are. All I have done to raise Arabella to a beautiful young woman has been in anticipation of this day. I have never been more proud to call myself her father. I am Vance, heir to the chairmanship of the Bruguiere Consortium. And who exactly were you again? I'm sorry. I just realized I don't particularly care. The lucky father of the groom-to-be, or the fiend who would sully the maiden's virtue. In a matter of moments, all shall be revealed. Stand back, friend. The man we pursue is a criminal mastermind. The merest slip of the tongue could put our case, nigh, our very lives, in danger. But have no fear, Miss Ellie. Ready your quill, that you might record my every word as I employ the time-honored art of parley, handed down from Manderville men of ages past, to reveal our foe. I can think of a few topics that would interest my readers less than your blatherings. Just catch the thief so I can have my story, would you? Don't worry, Inspector. I brought my quill and journal, too. Your adoring fans won't miss a word. Capital. This is why you are my favorite assistant, Nashu. Now behold as I snare our prey with a web of words leading to his inevitable demise. Good evening, Master Gugarimo, and a fine evening it must be. For you most of all. Allow me to offer my most heartfelt congratulations on your betrothal to the enchanting Miss Arabella. What is this nonsense? Arabella is my daughter. You... Just who in the seven hells are you anyway? Guards! Guards! Now, your chocobos, Gugarimo. I recognize the lad. This is Hildibrand, Age of Inquiry and Inspector Extraordinaire. Come to save the lovely lass from the clutches of the phantom thief, have ye? I reckon we owe the man our gratitude. Hey, Vance? And a time for another shot. The phantom thief? Balderdash and rot, if you ask me. That said, my betrothed must be quite the beauty indeed, to have such rumors told about her. Perhaps he's worthy of me, after all. Ha ha! He exudes an unusual degree of confidence for such an effete, fashion-challenged youth. Most suspicious. He's a damn sight easier in the eyes than you. That's me, Vance, ever calm in the face of danger. Truly his father's son. A worthy heir to the Bruguiere Consortium, and a worthy match for my daughter, I must say. Yes, I foresee many years of prosperity for our families. Or family, I should say. Ho ho! Which reminds me, Master Vance. Arabella asked me to convey her gratitude to you for the golden clasp you sent some months ago. He has not left her neck since that day. Oh, that little trinket was nothing. Tell your daughter the greatest treasures in the realm will be hers once we are wed. Ha ha ha. The time-honored Mandeville art of parley. We'd be sleeping with the fishes now had Morgan not spoke up on your behalf. That said, nothing about the interactions between the three struck me as particularly unnatural. Let us not rush to conclusions, Miss Ellie. A gentleman fancies a more methodical approach. Yes, everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Whoops, I was supposed to be taking this down, wasn't I? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. I sought only to earn the trust of the families before confronting Yalto Nolto and Lewinhart, who have aroused my suspicion from the start. Come, we have a thief to apprehend. Yalto Nolto and Lewinhart. What are the two words amassed? But which? With a few words, all will be revealed. Renting out Master Gigiruch's private property will almost be unthinkable for most folk. But Gil talks. And neither the Briardien Consortium nor the East Eldernar Trading Company are in any danger of running their coffers dry. Oh, how I am looking forward to meeting Miss Arabella. They say many a song is sung of her beauty. Mind you, there was a song or two sung of me in my day. I'm not seeing your faces around here. With the East Eldernar Trading Company, are ye? Why, yes, good sir, very much with them. Some might even say we are the East Eldernar Trading Company. Ha ha ha. Oh, pleasure to meet ye. Do tell, is the Lapis Maiden as lovely as they say? Sainana here's no slouch herself, but like me, she's getting on in years. No offense intended, my dear. Oh, but where are me manners? Yalto Nolto, oh, the Briardien Consortium, and this is me wife, Sainana. I look forward to many profitable dealings with you and yours in the moons and years to come. I dare say this wedding and the joining together of our family businesses couldn't be happening at a better time. What, with all manner of fells, beasts, and beastmen taking aim at our wares. Why, just the other day, a shipment of imported foodstuff was waylaid by the Mandragoras. Nasty buggers, the lot of them. If I were 20 years younger, I'd dice them up myself and make a salad out of... You have heard of the Mandragoras, haven't ye? But of course! I once spent a year honing body and mind with the Fist of Rhaegar. My fellow monks and I would chant several hundred mantra whatsits a day. And your food stores were occasionally raided by the ruthless band of rogue vegetables known as the Mandragoras, yes? Would it kill you to read the Mithril Eye and educate yourself from time to time? A fearsome lot they are. Rumor has it that they'll not rest until every fruit or vegetable harvested for consumption has been freed from captivity. Why, they struck at the larder here just days ago. Our supplies were decimated. Fear not, my lady. If I was able to arrange for an emergency shipment to replace the stolen produce, it arrived safely some time ago. Settle down, Sainana. Forgive me, wife. She's always saying how meat is bad for our figure. And with that, I'd best go prepare me speech. Carry on, lads. Criminy. None of those three were suspicious in the least. But we must not give up hope, lest he of many faces have the last laugh. Where there is a will, a gentleman shall find a way. Come, Nashu, we must move quickly, or the Lapis Maiden shall not be the only one to come to harm. You speak so fast, Inspector. The sign of a quick mind, I'm sure. Now, where was I? Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. Lapis maidens shall not be the only one to come to harm. I'm not sure that captures the inspector's intended meaning. But this is no time for us to be standing around. Inspector Briardien will be back any moment now, and he's not the type to suffer excuses. Quite so, Miss Ellie. Fortunately, I have a plan. Let us investigate the foodstuffs of which Master Leeuwenhart spoke. Should we find any contradictions in his testimony, we can consider the man the prime suspect. Inspector Briardien will be back before long. Come, Nashu, this is no time to delay. Look at this. Now there's water. Now there isn't. Now there's water. Some of those coconuts don't look like coconuts. These crates must contain the foodstuffs of which Master Leeuwenhart spoke. At a glance, they do not appear particularly suspicious, but our investigation must not be deterred. Okay, let's go. Okay. Crates of assorted foodstuffs and a veritable host of luscious-looking coconuts. It appears that our man Leeuwenhart spoke true. Gads! Are those explosives I spy concealed amongst these coconuts? Perhaps I spoke in haste. It would appear that we have found our phantom thief after all. Oh, those are mine, Inspector. I was looking for a place to set them down. You see, those coconuts were looking awfully lonely. Nashu, far be it from me to cast doubt on your choice of hobbies, but what in the name of the 12 would possess you to bring your creations to an investigation? Well, they were so helpful in jogging your memory that one time, and I just thought, does this mean you'll be needing this piece of driftwood either? Your enthusiasm is always admirable, Nashu, but in this event, I fear it's somewhat misdirected. Now, set the driftwood down over there and concentrate on taking your notes like the astute assistant you are. I say, we are most fortunate that confounding Inspector Briardien is otherwise occupied at the moment. Were he to chance upon this scene, he would veritably explode in rage. Let us dispose of these things before an errant ember sends us all to a fear demise. Confounding Inspector Briardien, explode, a fear demise. Got it. Are you sure about that? Uh-oh. Don't look now, but someone has returned at the absolute worst possible time. You two were supposed to be keeping an eye on the suspects and staying out of trouble, yes? The inspector will have a fit if he sees you here. But Miss Ellie, should Inspector Briardien come upon these explosives, the consequences will be even more dire. Enio and I will see that the inspector keeps a wide berth of this speech. You two just get out of here and be quick about it. Quick thinking, Miss Ellie. Come, Nashu. We shall return for your creations once Inspector Briardien has been led safely from the scene. Investigation calls us, and we must heed its cry. All we have to do is lure him away from these crates. That shouldn't be too difficult, right? So, Hildibrand has managed thus far not to destroy anything. Consider me something almost resembling impressed. Indeed, but enough about Hildibrand. Enio and I have been waiting to hear your latest theories. We should go somewhere quiet and... An excellent idea, Miss Ellie. Ah, yes. That spot just over there by the crates should suffice. There? Of all places. But surely we could find somewhere more scenic. I am not here on vacation. I'm here to solve a case. Besides, we cannot afford to have our conversation overheard. That junk Larry beast should afford us some welcome privacy. Yes, Inspector. Privacy indeed. Bloody hells. Don't worry, Enio. I'll figure out some way to lead him clear of those bombs. Clear of the bombs. I think the tide is rising. We really should be moved to higher ground. Is it just me, or is there a bit of chill in the air? But perhaps we should go someplace warm. I, for one, welcome a respite from the sweltering heat. Besides, this will not take long. If you insist, Inspector. Though, through the questioning of a brass blade attacked by our quarry, I have identified the 3 individuals most likely to be our thief in disguise. To wit, Morgant, Yalto Nolto, and Lewenhart. The 3 of us shall split up, with each of us keeping watch over. Ahem, are the 2 of you listening? Of course we are. Beg pardon, Inspector. Look unwell, Miss Ellie. Perhaps you're right. I, too, feel a chill wind blowing in. Mayhap we should continue our conversation elsewhere. Ah, but there is no need. Wait here, and I shall build us a fire. Methinks the Inspector has taken leave of his senses. The chance of locating suitable kindling on these barren shores is infinitesimal. Here we are. This piece of driftwood should serve perfectly, and as fortune would have it, I just happen to have a flint stone on my person. There is no cause for alarm. There's not blood that courses through the Inspector's veins, but ice. I could not fathom a series of events that would lead such a calm and composed individual to lose his firm grip on that fiery torch. Remarkable insight, Inspector. I must record these words for posterity. Whee! It's flying. What have we here? Everything is proceeding according to my master plan. Could this be another challenge from the fiend? Surely you jest, Inspector. It looks nothing like his usual cards, see? Doubtless it's just the idle ravings of some madman. Perhaps so, but we must exercise due caution. Ah, there are 2 more pages. Give up hope. He of many faces will laugh last. It is not the Lapis Maiden alone that shall come to harm. It is more direct than his previous challenges, but there can be no doubt as to the sender. But what is this talk of another victim? The final page holds the answer, no doubt. The final page? Confounding Inspector Briardien will meet a fiery demise. Uh-oh. What? What is going on here? Oh. Oh boy. Fascinating. Wait for it. Wait for it. Yep. Again, running gag with Hildibrand. Nice. You saw through the fiend's ruse, but how? Let's just call it reporter's intuition. Are you hurt? A ringing in my ears, but otherwise no worse for the wearer. You have my gratitude. Hildibrand Mardeville, were ye able to learn aught of the fiend who made this ignoble attempt on my life? I exhausted every effort, Inspector, yet I fear our quarry proves ever elusive. Excellent. I might have died of shock if you had. At any rate, our foe has revealed himself as no mere thief, but a madman who will resort to cold-blooded murder. We must redouble our vigilance, lest the others come to harm. Vigilance! Yes, vigilance is the order of the day. What in the name of the gods? Those teeth, those vegetables cost a fortune, and they're ruined. Ruined! Agent of inquiry, more like agent of injury and incompetence. You are to replace the supplies that you destroyed before the banquet begins, or I will see the entire lot of you rot in gaol. What do you have to say, Nashu? Nashu? Is that a fish? I'm getting hungry. I would ask how he survived an explosion at point-blank range, but something that tells me that's one more mystery better left unsolved. Thanks to our quick thinking, the bombs are no more, and the inspector is none the wiser. It's a shame to see good food go to waste, though. Those coconuts look positively luscious. I'm thinking Hildibrand is basically this game's version of Deadpool. Except, unlike Deadpool, he's flamboyant. Clearly, our thief has decided that my prodigious intellect presents the greatest threat to his schemes. Perhaps he's more clever man than I thought. What was that terrible explosion coming from the beach? Is everyone safe? Fear not. The fiend's artless attempt on my life has been thwarted. Sadly, your food supply did not escape unscathed. Master Gugurimo bids that the damaged ingredients be replaced with all speed. Good gods! This is no thief, this is a madman. As for replacing the ingredients, I fear that will prove a difficult task. Those crates contain imported vegetables of considerable rarity, you see. Vegetables that are in particularly short supply these days. While with the Mandragoras at large, even if I were to place the order immediately, it would likely take days to arrive. The Mandragoras? I have heard of that fell band. Tell me, what manner of vegetables did they steal? The rarest was an import from the Far East. I do not recall the name, but it very closely resembled the Eorzean dragon pepper, save for its color, which was deep purple. Methinks you does worry too much, Master Leeuwenhart. Our course of action is clear. We need only storm into the den of these overgrown weeds and steal your precious purple dragon peppers right back. I would advise against that, Inspector. These are no ordinary Mandragoras, but rather a bloodthirsty band of killers given succulent flesh. Even the brass blades of the Gerbera proved unable to resist them. Oh ho! A formidable foe indeed! Where only there's a brave soul in our midst that won't war taking on fearsome enemies, with not a shred of concern for his own well-being. Your eyes, friend, they speak to me. They say, yes, I shall vanquish these rogue vegetables and deliver the purloined goods back to their rightful owner. You are truly a godsend, adventurer. One Sun Himal of the Yellow Jackets has been charged with defending the roads from the Mandragoras. If anyone would have knowledge of their current whereabouts, it would be him. Without those ingredients, Master Gugurimo is like to cook me instead. Please, friend, you're my only hope. A gentleman would never let his comrade face danger alone. Let us away to Limsa together. If you've come from the Mandragoras, I fear you're half a bell too late, as were we who blasted all. To hear the poor merchant tell it, no sooner had he opened his cargo hold to check on a shipment of vegetables than an onion turned on him, screeching bloody murder. Fled his own vessel in sheer terror, he did. By the time he came to his senses, he had set sail without him. The merchant left for Aliport, hoping to recoup his losses. If you have a mind to go after the culprits, you might lend an ear to his sad tale. Is the thrill of the chase not invigorating, friend? The ferry docked by Fisherman's Bottom will carry us to Aliport. Let us be swiftly on our way. Eek! Don't sneak up on me like that! I thought you were a feral turnip, a murderous eggplant, or something like that. Think I jest, do ye? You'd be singing a different tune if a shot of tomato juice almost took out your eye, as it did mine. My eye! By the time I regain me wits, they already set sail with me ship and me livelihood. I'm ruined. Ruined! If I never see another bleeding onion till the enemy days, it'll be too soon. Tiny Trader would ask you to save the realm from a digital scourge. Wow. To hear most say it, their Mandragoras are a nasty lot. A right pain in the arse to farmers and provisioners the realm over. But let me tell ye, friend, that ain't the least of it. Freeing their fellow fronts from our larders and tables is just but the beginning. The bulbous blackguards have a far grander scheme. Revolution. Never heard that before. Madness, you say? Take a ferry to the Isles of Umbra and see with your own eyes. A veritable vegetable kingdom where eggplants and turnips rule with an iron fist. This muscle-bound fellow with the dim expression? I could swear I've seen his face somewhere before. Bugger me. If ain't the undead overlord what fancies himself a gentleman, Inspector. Which would make you... could it be? The adventurer what bested the thieving duelist in single combat? Well, bugger me and call me the inspector. Tell me, is it true that the duelists travel with a demon bird whose crow could split the heavens? But that's neither here nor there. Look, I don't know about you, but I ain't so keen on the notion of calling a blooded tomato your grace. And that's exactly the fate we're in for if you don't nip this revolution in the bud. And I mean that literally. As we speak, the Mandragoras are planting themselves a whole army of their own kind on the Isles of Umbra. You'd be doing the whole realm a favor if you could go there and uproot them before the harvest comes. Many a case have I solved in my day, but I have not matched wits with sentient plant life before. This should prove quite exhilarating. To the Isles of Umbra.
Singing, but what are they talking about here? There we go. There we go.
Impeccably fought, my friend. I only wish I had seen the battle with my own eyes. You may go on ahead to Costa del Sol. I shall be along as soon as I extricate myself. What took you so long, friend? The Isles of Umbra are about a short sprint away. I trust you have brought along the goods we have so bravely reclaimed. You return! I feared you might end up a tasty snack for our crazed head of cabbage. The stolen foodstuffs! You've saved my hide today. Oh, but I must see if those purple dragon peppers are intact. Master Gugurimo is quite particular about his seasonings. Ooh, can I come too? I've never seen a purple dragon pepper before. That wild vegetable chase was a pleasant diversion, but it is time we return to the case. Now, there must be some clue that yet eludes us. Core! The peppers have changed color. What's this? Peppers that possess the same powers of disguise as our many-faced foe? A gentleman must needs investigate. A striking shade of blue, quite far from the purple that Master Leeuwenhard described. Perhaps we recovered the wrong crate? But look here, Inspector. The crate is clearly marked for Costa del Sol. How curious. Did I say purple? I meant a purplish blue, or a bluish purple. The two colors are really quite similar when you think about it. These peppers have a most distinctive hue. No man could reasonably mistake it for any shade of purple. Unless, of course, he was wearing a very particular sort of eyewear at the time. Eh? Ha! The charade is up! After the man! It is I suspected all along. The goggles have proved the key to cracking the case. With speed, Nashu, the fiend must be brought to justice.
Yeah.
You can run, but you cannot. If you thought you could outsprint this Manderville man, you were sorely mistaken. For pilfering a priceless blade, threatening a maiden's virtue, and untold crimes against the law-abiding citizens of Eorzea, I, Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, hereby place you under arrest. There's the Extraordinaire again. And that means I have to drink. Done in by a snipper, a fitting end for an ignoble thief. Let us see what lies behind the mask. Where am I? Who are you? Ha! Playing the fool will avail you not. I suggest you come willingly. A gentleman is not given to violence, but should you attempt to resist, I disavow responsibility for any shattered skulls and broken bones. Wait, I remember now. I was on my way to meet with Miss Arabella when... Miss Arabella! I must find her at once. My head. It would seem that this man wears no mask. This is the true Leeuwenhart. I swear on my life that is so. I was en route to the estate in Wineport when one of the brass blades on patrol approached me. We exchanged greetings, and in the next instant, he turned on me. I fought desperately to defend myself, even managed to drive a kitchen knife into the man's right hand. In the end, though, he proved too strong for me. Now that you mention it, the imposter was wearing gloves. I knew there was something suspicious about him. There is still time before the banquet begins. Knowing our quarry, he has doubtless already assumed a new identity. And yet he could not have foreseen this turn of events. It is unlikely that he had the time to thoroughly research his new target. Most importantly, we now know that the thief suffered a wound to his right hand. We need simply return to Costa del Sol and examine the hands of all present. An excellent plan, Inspector. While you do so, we shall accompany Leeuwenhart back to the estate, that we might ensure Miss Arabella's safety. Really? I have found you, my little ones. Let me guess, you seethe with anger at those that took you from what was ours. Oh. Oh. Then it would appear our goals are in accord. Make for Costa del Sol and wait my orders. When the time is right, revenge will be yours. The game is afoot, inspectors. Now, what mask shall I wear to the ball? Miss Arabella, what are you doing out here? You must return to the estate at once. Oh, Leeuwen, always the worrier. Your concern is touching, for I am a woman grown. Besides, just wanted to see the flowers. Lovely though these flowers may be, they are unsightly weeds when measured against your beauty. I am Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire. Please call me Hildy. Take another drink. The pleasure is mine, my lord. Much have I heard of your deeds. Tell me, are these rumors of a many-faced thief true? I fear they are, Miss Arabella, but still, your gentle heart, for as long as Hildibrand is on the case, The fiend shall not lay a twisted finger upon you. This I swear on the Mandragoras name. The gods smile on me, indeed, to send such a strong and handsome gentleman as my champion. And yet, you seem pensive, my lady. Is something the matter? To tell the truth, this marriage has been arranged against my wishes. I do not love Vance. But why, I have not even met him. He sent me this clasp as a betrothal gift. A treasure for my treasure. Wear it always, the message said. I do not care how beautiful it is. It might as well be a golden shackle. Miss Arabella, you must not say such things. An arranged marriage to the youth who have not even met? Unconscionable. Father says that this marriage must happen. That it is for the future of the family trade. Spoken like a true Olden. But if I may be bold, my lady, would I be correct in assuming that you and your father are not related by blood? Quite so. Father found me amongst the beggars on Pearl Lane when I was just a babe. He took me in and raised me as his own. He took Lewin in as well, though a servant rather than son. You may think father a cold and wizardly man, but to me, he is the man who gave me warmth and hope where I had none. I will learn to love Vance, if that will make father happy. You cannot be serious, Miss Arabella. You are a beautiful young woman with your whole life ahead of you. Surely you would not have to look far to find a gentleman with whom you would rather spend the rest of your days. If I have to spend another hour with you, I'm like to lose my wits. But anyway, we should return to Costa del Sol and see how the inspector's investigation fares. I as well must prepare for the banquet. Farewell, friends. I must return to the estate to prepare for the banquet. Till we meet again, friend. We have not a moment to lose, friend. The time of our final confrontation with the fiend is nigh. Our foe has doubtless assumed a new identity, but have no fear. Upon our return to Costa del Sol, I shall employ the time-tested Mandeville art of parley to cut through the fiend's flimsy facade. 'Tis an art that I would impart to you as well, friend. There will be time enough for that once our foe is in shackles and Miss Arabella is safe. No doubt it shall prove as invaluable in your adventures as it has in my investigations, or failing that, serve to entertain you when you have nothing better to do. But I digress. A gentleman must away to Costa del Sol. The fair maiden's life hangs in the balance. Nashu, Miss Ellie, with me! Inspector Briardien, I have seen to the maiden's safety. Miss Arabella will be along soon. How fares your investigation? I have canvassed the grounds, but none of the guests are concealing their hands. How can this be? The thief must be somewhere. Miss Arabella just left her estate, I hear. I suppose we'll find out soon enough if her beauty is truly a match for our own. Tee. There's no time. Without the thief in custody, we cannot risk allowing Miss Arabella to take the stage. But Inspector, Vance and his family will not take kindly to his betrothed's absence. That is nothing of my concern. Besides, doubtless the Inspector here will think of something. Me? What do you propose? You're the expert at creating diversions. Can't you just knock something over, blow something up, or the like? You know, like you always do? Inspector Briardien, I knew the day would come that you recognized my many talents. Worry not about Master Vance. Yes, for the sake of the maiden, a gentleman will do what must needs be done. The poor sop lacks even the wits to know when he's being insulted. Now, to the task at hand. We must find a way to conceal Miss Arabella's true identity. Not far from here are the servants' quarters. There should be a change of clothes lying about. Perfect. Enio, find some suitably ordinary garb and deliver it to Miss Arabella outside the gates. I shall proceed with the investigation. Has the Lapis maiden arrived yet? I simply must look upon her beauty for myself. Servant's garb, you say? I much prefer what you're wearing, but we certainly have enough rags to go around. Here you go. Do with them as you will. Greetings, friend. Oh, what's this you have for me? Servant's garb. But why? Miss Arabella, with the thief still at large, the risk of letting you be seen is too great. Change into those clothes and promise that you will not leave my sight. But the ceremony, Father would be furious, and Lord Vance. We are dealing with a man who tried to blast me to the heavens and almost succeeded. We cannot exercise enough caution. As for the ceremony, I have entrusted the matter to a certain gentleman. You need only concern yourself with your own safety. We should do as the inspector says, Miss Arabella. Your life is more important than this marriage, or whatever profits your father stands to gain from it. Lewin, if father heard you say such things, I should have said them long ago. For not doing so, I have put your life in danger. But besides, we have not one, but two skilled inspectors on the case. It will not be long until the fiend is brought to justice. Very well. I shall retreat to the carriage. Pray wait for me here. My apologies for the delay. What should I do with my banquet dress, Inspector? Enio, bring Miss Arabella's dress to that bumbling inspector. I dare not speculate as to how he intends to see to his task, but I would imagine he requires all the help he can get. Now, let us return before the festivities begin. You will not elude me this time, fiend. Ah, you returned. Me? I was in the act of formulating a master plan to distract Master Vance at the ceremony. Is there aught I might do for you? Why, this is Miss Arabella's dress. I must admit to some confusion as to what to do with it. But worry not, I shall take it into safekeeping. And with that, I must attend to Master Vance before the ceremony begins. Worry not, my friend. Worry not, friend. I assure you that Inspector Briardien and I have the situation entirely under control. Why not find yourself a seat and enjoy the festivities? Curses! How am I supposed to find my man with all these people milling about? Friends, family, business associates, there's an honor and a pleasure to welcome one and all to Custodil Sol for today's feast, co-hosted by the Briardien Consortium and the East Aldernar Trading Company. We trust that you've been enjoying fine food, fine spirits, and profitable conversation. The Lapis Maiden. If even half the tales of her beauty are true, Vance is the luckiest bastard in the realm. Yalto Nolto, Sainana, honored guests. It's a great pleasure to announce the betrothal of my son, Vance, future chair of the Briardien Consortium, to Arabella, daughter of Master Gugurimu of the East Aldernar Trading Company. The couple would exchange their eternal vows here today, that the happiness that is theirs may usher in a new era of prosperity for one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present my son's lovely bride, the Lapis Maiden, whose beauty minstrels will sing of for ages to come. Damn you, Hildibrand Mardeville, you had one job. She's beautiful. Were the rabble expecting otherwise? She is my bride, after all. My lady, they say your beauty transcends even the boundaries of time. When we are wed, you will want for nothing. Pray give your hand unto me. My sun and stars. Yes, yes. 1,000 times yes. I am yours and shall be forevermore. What have you done with my bride, you cross-dressing deviant? Not quite what I had intended, but I suppose it serves our purposes. Fear not, ladies and gentlemen, for Miss Arabella is safe and sound. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have but assumed the maiden's appearance to ensnare the vile fiend who would take him at her life. And that means we have another shot. The fiend who now lies defenselessly before me. The game is up, fans. Or shall I call you by another name? The thief of many faces. Me? The thief? Are you mad? It appears that my masterful deductions are proved beyond the grasp of your mind. Very well. Allow me to elucidate. While there is not a soul in the realm who has not heard the tales of Miss Arabella's beauty, there are but 2 men here in Custodil's soul who had gazed upon her lovely visage before today. Her father, Gugarimu, and her steward, Lewinhart. As you yourself admitted on multiple occasions, Master Vance, you were to have your first glimpse of your bride-to-be today. Considered in this light, would you not say your reaction upon seeing my face was most unnatural? Who else could see through my ingenious disguise? Who could know at a glance that I was not the fair maiden? None save you, ye of 1,000 faces. And anyone else with half their wits about them. How dare you make a mockery of my wedding day? Guards, arrest the pervert at once. Lock him up in gaol and throw away the key. Arabella? Oh, thank the gods you're safe. Come with me quickly. There's a dangerous madman about. Wait, is it gonna run back the same way he came in this shot? Is it gonna happen? Wait for it. No? It's not gonna run the other way around? No? Okay. A glove on his right hand. Could it be? The man is a fool, but it would have behooved you to listen to him. Alas, you did not, and what is yours is now mine. That's the thief! Stop wasting your time with that imbecile and arrest him! You came all this way for me? You love me. You really, really love me. The attention is most flattering, but I have taken what I came for, and now I must away, my lords, my ladies, till we meet again. I hear that the real Vance was found bound and gagged in a storage room. Truly, Miss Arabella, I am sorry. For what, my lady? The banquet was more exciting than I ever could have hoped for. Vance and his father were furious, of course, and our marriage is being called off. But perhaps it is for the best. I would find my own way to make father happy by living my life as I would live it. It is you, Inspector Hildibrand, who taught me this lesson. For the love of the gods, somebody find him a change of clothes. But one thing still puzzles me. The thief's challenge said he would steal the Lapis Maiden's virtue, yet in the end, he took only her nickpiece. Now that you mention it, Master Gugurimo told me about the clasp when it first arrived. Engraved with the mark of the Sun Goddess, it is one of the most treasured pieces from the Bruguera collection, known by many as Azima's virtue. The maiden's virtue, indeed. When the next challenge comes, we must take the extra care to read between the lines. What? What's going on? Really? Over here, Inspector! It says, made you look! The fiend plays us for fools! Give that to me at once! When next we meet, I shall come to claim the victor's spoils. Another riddle. If nothing else, it appears the thief has abandoned any foolish notions of my assassination. Still, we must ever be on guard. The fiend attempted murder once. He may very well do so again. Verily, Inspector, I must agree, one can never be too wary when dealing with a murderer. Hear me, man of 1,000 faces. You sealed your fate when you called me out by name. Mark my words. When next we meet, you will be mine. Yes, it was the Phantom Thief who was to blame for that bomb. Truly, verily, indubitably the Phantom Thief. Most certainly. That was a nice conclusion. That took a while, but that was a fun quest. To the victor goes a priceless treasure. While the smile of a champion holds secrets untold. Are 8 legs better than 2? Can a Mandragoras man triumph over terrors and win the day? The key to the next case is also the key to the storeroom. Be sure not to lose it. Wait, it's a real key and a figurative one? At the same time? Is that even possible? I guess we'll find out next time. Inu, I was wondering when you'd show up. I got the latest scoop when the victor's spoil that our many-faced friend has set his sights on. Have you visited the Coliseum of late? There's a tourney in the works, and it's looking to be a big one. The Mithril Cup, sponsored by none other than Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. They say that Master Fergus will be furnishing the prizes himself from his personal collection. Small wonder it's captured the attention of Mr. Sticky Fingers. You are familiar with the concern, yes? It's only the largest mining interest in the Sultanate, after all. The chairman, Master Fergus, sits on the syndicate and possesses such wealth that rumor has it he could buy half the realm if he chose to. He's also renowned for being something of a martial arts enthusiast. With his position affording him little opportunity to test his own skills, he settles for living vicariously through the exploits of others, hence his sponsorship of tournaments like the Mithril Cup. My colleague Ganilon is in Olda covering the tourney as we speak. If we were to track him down, I bet he'd be able to give us something to get our investigation started. Yes, I'm a busy man. If you're looking for our small talk, I suggest you look elsewhere. No need to be rude, Ganilon. He's a friend of mine. Now, what say you share your latest findings with us? I promise I'll make it worth your while. Ellie? If it isn't the Mithril's Eye star reporter, come to have a laugh at Ganilon's expense before returning to pen your latest front page feature, eh? Oh, very well. Just promise you'll put in a good word for me with the higher-ups, okay? Now, let me tell you this. There are strange things afoot at the Coliseum. Bugger all, it's a travesty, I tell you. Hotch, Hewe, and Haymo. Whatever is the matter? And where, pray tell, is Hutchin? The 4 of you will compete for the cup together, yes? I fear that an unfortunate mishap has left Hutchin in no condition to fight. We were just on our way to convey the dire news to Meadow. Mishap, my arse! This was sabotage! Some bloody coward out there will stop at nothing to eliminate his competition. I swear it on my subligar. Lower your voice, Hotch. My head stings enough without your bloody shouting. Hotchin, should you not be resting your wounds? Oh, but forgive your incompetent, unworthy comrade. If I had been quicker with my mantra, it would still be 4 men strong. Do not berate yourself so, Haymo. In victory and in defeat, the Mandravels fight as one. You bear no more responsibility for my wounds than I. Any road, I dare say I'll not be getting back into the fighting fiddle by arsing about in bed. I'll be ready to chant some mantras. How about the lot of you? Hotchin, for you I'm always ready. Now that's what I like to hear. 1,000 mantras, and I want each one to ring out over the Sagali. Yeah. Yeah. The Mandravils? Aye, as Hutchin tells it, they took their name from a training partner they met at the Fist of Ragarl, a man they most admired for his devotion and chiseled physique. Consider me not the least bit interested. This talk of attacks on the competitors, however, of this I would hear more. Ah yes, I mentioned that strange things were afoot, yes? When mere days left before the Mithril Cup, a staggering number of would-be combatants have withdrawn, citing a host of curious ailments and injuries. With the list of entrants shrinking by the day, the organizers have been forced to abandon the elimination format in favor of a mass melee between what few battlers remain. The Phantom Thieves Challenge. Gladiators dropping like flies. No, this is no mere coincidence. I would speak to the individual in charge of the event. Where might I find him? Though the concern sponsors the tourney, the day-to-day organizational duties are being handled by a fellow by the name of Dour Meadow. He should be in his office within the Coliseum's halls. I'll send word to the gateman, Yubaya. He owes the Mithril Eye a favor or two. Splendid! Come, Enio, we've got a case to crack. From the Mithril Eye, you say? Then by all means, you are free to enter. I'm Ellie, reporter for the Mithril Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing. You know the deal, yes? And you must be Dour Meadow. I was hoping I could ask you a few questions about the upcoming tourney. Gar har har, who am I to argue with free publicity? And from a charming little thing like yourself, ask away, me girl. That said, between the challenge from that so-called Phantom Thief and now these bizarre attacks targeting the fighters, our tourney's already the talk of the town. Not that you'll see me complaining, provided someone's still left to fight, that is. You're free to investigate as you wish, but you'd be smart to exercise some caution. Needless to say, recent events have everyone here a bit on edge. Why, just moments ago, one fighter almost took off another's head for insulting the collar of his Looks like we got ourselves another, These two aren't in the entry books. And our challenger unleashes a very vicious right hook as the gentleman inspector was channeling his strength for his next attack. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a winner. Inspector Briardien, as efficient as ever, I see. A true gentleman issues violence, Inspector. You were thinking. It annoyed me. Dour Meadow, I presume. Tell me everything you can about the prizes for this tourney, and try to be brief. Was wondering when you might ask. Master Verges has spared no expense in making the Mithril Cup the most lucrative tourney this Coliseum's ever seen. The victor will receive a true treasure from his collection, the Warden's Grace, a ring fitted with the largest sun spear you'll ever find outside Okarn. The second and third place prizes are nothing to sneeze at neither. But I don't care how many faces he's got. We have nothing to fear from this thief. The concern has hired an elite regiment of stone torches to watch over the vault day and night. Yes, just as the brass blades were so successful in stopping the thief last time. If you want your treasures safe, go fetch them and bring them to me. And be quick about it. I haven't all day. Fear I can't do that, Inspector. After all, what proof do I have that you ain't Mr. Many Faces in another of his elaborate get-ups? No, if you want to get your hands on the spoils, you'll have to claim them as any other would, in battle. As a matter of fact, what with the ranks thin as they are, we're actively recruiting new competitors. The more, the merrier, and the more lucrative at that. Gararhar! Now, where did our receptionist get off to? Over here, you slimy bugger. We got some fresh blood for the melee. Give me a moment, will ya? I've only got 8 arms. Or were they legs? You called? I was just about to give the lovely Miss Avila the grand tour. Inspector Hildibrand, look! He's purple! Astute as ever, Nashu. This color, there's an overabundance of appendages. I smell a case. Ah, that's just my receptionist, Ultras. Don't be startled now. He's an ugly little bugger, but he's friendly enough. Word has it that he was one of many bizarre creatures born from a recent experiment with ancient incantations at the Thaumaturge's Guild. They were going to steal him away in a hole in that desert with the others. When he opened his slobbering mouth and started pleading for his life. I just want to live in peace. I'll do anything. Anything. So the management hired him to perform odd jobs about the Coliseum. And I'm ever glad they did. I tell you, this job ain't glamorous, but it sure has its perks. What a delicious morsel. I want to get my tentacles around her. I know not who you are, where you hail from, and I do not care. If you dare challenge me, my Tempest Blade will show you no mercy. You can forget about your case, Inspector. There's only one who will claim the victor's spoils, and that is me. Ooh, I just love it when she talks tough. Now, who's the chump who wants to get a pummeling by my lovely Lavi? Though a gentleman takes far from more pride in rescuing fair damsels than fighting them, I feel we have a little recourse. I, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, shall do what must be done to... EnioHabev will be entering the tournament on my behalf. EnioHabev? You do look like a Habev. Well, bugger me with a spear. To think I'd see the day when the warrior light stood in my Coliseum. Hear that? Clink, clink, clinkin'? That's the sound of Gil pouring into our coffers when the public finds out that a true Arisian hero will be stepping into the ring to fight for the Mithril Cup. Oh, and I reckon your friend can tag along, too. Show me the sign, Ulti. With Enio, I suppose we have as good a chance as any. Now we just need to make sure that he doesn't come down with some curious injury. That gladiatrix, Avila, was it? Seemed quite certain of her chances of victory. Suspiciously certain, I would say. Haha, I'm already 10 steps ahead of you, Inspector. That Ultros fellow seemed most knowledgeable about Miss Avila. Come, Nashu, the investigation is afoot. As much as that sounds like amazingly productive line of investigation, what I suggest that our first priority is to keep Inu here safe. Let us return to Ganelon and see what else he can tell us of these mysterious attacks on the combatants. Very well, I shall leave that task to you. I have a lead of my own to investigate. Should you uncover any new information, I trust you will share with me at first opportunity. I suppose that our question of Mr. Ultros can wait. Let us see if this Ganelon fellow can enlighten us. Look, I know you're the warrior of light and all, but we can't afford to take any chances. Be on your guard, Enio. You again? I've already told you that. What? Enter the tourney, you say? Are you out of your bleeding mind? Look, I've got a suspicion or two, which I'm happy to share with you. But in the end, you have to protect yourself, you hear? So I've been asking around, and it seems that more than a few of the fighters who pulled out of the tourney were scheduled to fight a warrioress by the name of Avila. Now, I can't make any promises, but my instincts tell me this girl is bad news. But don't take it from me when you can hear from someone who crossed blades with her just days ago. Fellow by the name of Raging Rat had the misfortune of being matched up with Avila in the preliminary round, and earned himself a right bruising from it all. Last I heard, he was resting up back at the Pugilist Guild. Why don't you pay him a visit? Come to have a good laugh at old Raging Rat expense, have ye? Well, you're not the first. I say, is there not a man in this entire realm with an ounce of sympathy? Greetings, good sir. How fortunate you are today that your guest is Hildibrand Mandeville, gentleman and inspector. Now, if you would, please enlighten me please enlighten me to how exactly it was that you were beaten to a bloody pulp by Miss Avila. Gentlemen, my arse! Have you not a whit of delicacy? Never ye mind. Look, the records may say I lost, but I'll admit to nothing of the sorts. I'll shout at the top of my lungs if no one else will. The girl doesn't fight fair. Tempest Blade? Some kind of foul sorcery, if you ask me. Mark my words, that girl is up to no good. If she weren't so damned easy in the eyes, she'd be rotting in gallows to speak. The girl's Alamigan, or haven't you heard? You know how it is with those refugees. Why fight with honor when you've got nothing to lose? Yes, and why not disparage an entire people in a pathetic attempt to salvage your sorry pride? This one's a real piece of work, Enio. Let's be on our way. I didn't mean to offense. I didn't mean no offense, miss. Just telling it like it is, as it were. Perhaps it truly is some manner of sorcery, as the fellow says. Or perhaps she works with an accomplice. She didn't strike me as the magic wielding type. If I were a betting woman, I'd put my gill on the latter. Ah, Miss Ellie, the thrill of the chase has struck a chord with you as well. Yes, I can see it in the wrinkles beneath your eyes. We might very well make an inspectress of you yet. I'll give you a good wrinkle, you insensitive boor. If what the man says is true, it's likely that her fellow Alamegans might sympathize with her plight. An accomplice would hardly be out of the question. Yes, I can see it now. Two unfortunate souls, shunned by those around them, united by destiny and a common desire for justice. Ample appendages, whirling wildly, sending gusts of wind flying every which way. Avila and Ulti, a match made in the heavens. Were it any more obvious, I could have solved this case without leaving my home. Incredible! Your powers of deduction never failed to amaze, Inspector. What is it with you two and that infernal octopus? Mr. Ultras should still be at the Coliseum. Let us hurry before he slithers back off to whencesoever he came. Eh. Shh, friend, I'll look over yonder. Behold those exquisite legs, those stylish tentacles, the unearthly undulations of his squirmy, squishy body. Yes, our friend Ulti is a most fascinating creature indeed. Behold how he carefully eyes the gladiatrix before him. What manner of mischief is he plotting? He speaks! Yes, this is most suspicious indeed. Ooh, what is this? The girl has fled in panic. Our friend Ulti appears to be discouraged. Look at the way his shoulders sag. Or how they would sag if he had shoulders. Our quarry's on the move. Quickly, Nashu, we must pursue. Aha, there he is. You will not escape us so easily, Mr. Ultras. Mr. Ulti seems to have found himself another gladiatrix. What might he be plotting this time? Look at those succulent legs. I reckon they taste just as wonderful in a good marinara sauce. Marinara sauce. He speaks. And another girl rushes off. Whatever did he say to her? He looks so sad. Shall we douse him in lemon butter and put him out of his misery, Inspector? Whatever is he doing with these girls anyway? Call me crazy, but I think he likes them. Poor Mr. Ultras didn't seem to have much luck with the ladies. Speaking only for myself, I'd love to have him for dinner. Perhaps in a nice lemon butter sauce. Poor misunderstood Ulti. Here we suspected him of criminal activity, when in truth he was such a gentle soul luckless in love. Oh, Ulti, can you find it in your squishy, slimy heart to forgive us? Yes, yes. Now, perhaps we should return to our investigation. If Avila is as suspicious as they say, perhaps we should follow her around for a bit. Meadow back at the Coliseum should be able to enlighten us to her whereabouts. An excellent idea, Miss Ellie, but I have a better one. Let us return to the Coliseum and speak with Meadow. From him, we shall ascertain Miss Avila's whereabouts, upon which we shall follow her about to see if she is indeed as suspicious as they say. Come, Nashu, the investigation calls. Don't think Uncle Ulti didn't see you following me. What's the big idea, eh? I'm nothing more than a stupid octopus. Gwee. Or am I? Come on now. I just want what any octopus wants. A cute girl, untold riches, and the admiration of millions. Can't Uncle Ulti dream? Well, kids hate to ink and run. Then again, I am an octopus. Yes, what is it this time? I'm a busy man. Looking for a villa, you say? She said something about sharing a flagon with her countrymen over at the Coffer and Coffin. I reckon you might still find her there. I'll warn ye, though, if you're smart, you'll keep your distance from that one. That poor bugger Ganelon tried to interview her for an article. Thought the girl was going to rip his head clean off. How can I put this? She doesn't seem to take kindly to being asked questions of a personal nature. if you catch my drift. That said, if you're looking for a good sparring match to warm me up for the tourney, that might just be the ticket. Garhar. I can assure you there'll be no need for gratuitous fisticuffs, my good sir. With my remarkable powers of espionage, we will ascertain all the information we need without the fiery lass even being alerted to our presence. Let us be off. Behold, the lovely Miss Arabella, just as predicted. Let us keep watch from here, so as not to set off the girl's feigned temper. How many times must I tell you? There is no cause for concern. The spoils shall be mine. It may as well be writ in stone. Do you realize what this means? We have suffered, and suffered long. But my victory shall mark a new era. Just as Roban Aldine won a new life for himself in the Coliseum, I shall win a new life for our people. The prize that I shall claim will bolster the wealth of our people 10,000-fold. In a land where wealth is power, we will be kicked to the gutter by the Oldens no longer. And with that, I must be off to the Nanawa mines to meet my sister. Miss Avila's self-reassurance is ever a sight to behold. I deduce that my own chances of felling her on the field of battle are infinitesimal. I could have told you that before you signed up. Come now, we have a suspect to pursue. Trying to steal Avila from Uncle Alti's tentacles, are you? I'm afraid that isn't going to happen. Yes, Uncle Alti's homemade explosive will see that this is the end of the road for you. Does that make me a bad octopus? Ah, the distinctive smell of fire sand. Another one of your handcrafted explosives, I take it, Nashu? Heavens no, Inspector. This is far too elaborate to be one of mine. Do you think whoever crafted this would be willing to give me a lesson? Dare onto me? Preposterous. Could it be that Musclehead isn't as stupid as he looks? I see. In any event, I shudder to think of what might happen if an unsuspecting passerby chanced upon such a hazardous object. Allow me. Heave-ho! You gotta be kidding me! That maiden in mining garb must be the sister of whom Miss Avila spoke. Let us listen a little bit closer. I thought we agreed. No hard labor until your leg is healed. I swear, sometimes I think you were born solely to give your poor sister headaches. Says the girl who once fought off 10 Imperials with one good arm. Perhaps someday you'll understand that your little sister can take care of herself just as well as you. Speaking of which, what news of the tourney? Worry not, Higelina. I have taken all the necessary precautions. The Warden's grace is as good as ours. Even the most modest estimates value its worth at some 30 million gil. Do you realize what this means? Necklaces from Ishdame's sun-silk dresses. Necklaces from Ishdame's sun-silk dresses. All the luxuries you've ever wanted will be yours. The poor little girls in shabby clothes, objects of pity and scorn for the old and upper crust, those days are over. After I claim victory, we will take our rightful place at the top of society. I don't know, Avi. Wealth is all well and good, but when I see you stand tall in the Coliseum, hundreds and thousands cheering your name, I am proud. No matter how humble our birth, if we stand strong and stand together, this alone is all the wealth I ask for. That is your problem, Higelina. You've always been too quick to settle for less than your worth. But worry not, for your sister is watching over you. I will do this for us. Now I must return. Gods forbid one of those prying reporters overhears us. That's my Avi, unfazed by a duel to the death, yet terrified to be caught in a moment of tenderness. May the gods smile on you, sister, and be safe. A more moving display of sisterly love I have not seen. And yet, I fear it has afforded us little in the way of prospective clues. Really, Ultras? You're around the corner? And I'm surprised they didn't even notice. Anyway, it would seem Avila's obsession with victory runs even deeper than we imagined. That said, I can't help but feel a bond with the girl. My sister and I were alone in the world, too, you see. Inspector! Did you just hear what I heard? Look, kids! Uncle Ulti has had it up here to here with you. You think you could just fall in his pit and die like a good little boy? I'm talking to you, Mr. Warrior of Light. Hear that sound? Just one step closer. Closer. Not you, you idiot. Ahem. No need for concern, friends. I've simply taken the liberty of investigating this hole in the ground, and I'm pleased to report that there seems to be nothing out of the ordinary. Our hero. Now, shall we return to Ulda? The Mithril Cup will be starting before long. And the last thing we want after all this is to lose our bout by forfeit. Could it be? Did that musclehead dive straight into my trap to save his companions? The others seem completely unsurprised at this turn of events. Doubtless he has performed such selfless acts before. A true gentleman if I ever saw one. But if you think that means I'm gonna show mercy on you, you got another thing coming. Time to break out the big guns, kids. Wait a minute. I dug 2 pits, didn't I? Come to think of it, the second one was right around. Give me a break! Yes? Is something the matter? We're on something of a tight schedule here, Inspector. Stand back, Miss Ellie. My well-honed inspector senses are tingling. I feel a most fearsome adversary lurking about. Really? This time you're really up the creek without a paddle, kids. Say hello to a not-so-little friend of mine from the Coliseum. He's large, he's in charge, and most of all, he's hungry. Where in the world is he? I haven't got all night. My chimera! Who is that half-naked fool? Oh. Father, could it be that the aura of unmitigated murderous rage that I felt was not our quarry, but you? Hildy, I was merely taking a stroll in search of inspiration and materials for my newest masterpiece in the making. One brings you and your friends to these parts today. Just a bit of sleuth work, father dear. And with that, we must return to Ulda. If you have not heard, your son is set to compete for the Mithril Cup. Oh, moonlighting as a gladiator, are we? A fitting second career for a Mandeville man, if I do say so myself. That muscle-bound old man is the inspector's father? Remind me never to go to one of their family reunions. Gah, just who is this inspector anyway? Hildy is a worthy rival, if ever there were one. Who goes there? Hildy, Enio, I've been waiting for this day. Well, looky who we have here. You're quite the intimidating gent yourself. A friend of the inspector, mayhap? I am Gilgamesh, a wandering duelist, and I am not so much the inspector's friend as his enemy. Well, that makes two of us. Perk up, Gulliver, because this just might be our lucky day. Is there no one in this accursed realm who can remember my... Call me what you will, friend, but heed my words. Enio is a formidable foe. That's sounding like high praise coming from a big fella like yourself. To have such a powerhouse as his sidekick, that inspector must be something else indeed. I know not what brings you to do battle with those two, but I warn you, you will end up as seafood soup if you face them alone. And with that, I must be off. For reasons that I do not entirely understand, I'm considered something of a fugitive in these parts. Enio, I will not fall so easily this time. Well, it looks like I got my legs full. All 8 of them. But if that adventure is too strong to take on alone, I'll just have to bring along a friend. Muhahaha. A supplely twisting rain calling to mind the undulations of a creature of the sea. Yes, inspiration has struck. Oh, nobody here but us octopodes. Look forward to your next life as a masterpiece, fiend. Muscleheads! I hate them! Good heavens! Changing upon father like that. I dare say it's taken a year off my life. Quite a crowd has assembled. It would seem that festivities are nigh about to commence. I'd hoped to uncover more of Miss Avella's secrets, but no matter. What better place to continue my investigation than on the field of battle? Hildibrand appears to be something over her. Oh, and we got their rival inspector to deal with. Wonder what kind of trouble we're gonna have this time. Good heavens! We haven't much time before the tourney begins. We must hasten back to the Coliseum and apprise ourselves on the rules of engagement. To a true gentleman, the battle is not about victory or defeat, but fighting with honor. Whatever treachery or guile my opponents may employ, I must not, I will not lower myself to their level. Is it just me, or is Mr. Ultros a bit lumpier than he was before? Bumps on the head, cheap teeth. I am one shabby-looking octopus, I tell ya. They don't pay me enough for this. But that's all gonna change soon, isn't it, buddy? Ah, Mr. Ultros, just the octopus we were looking for. I was hoping that you might enlighten us as to... Ye gods! Who gave you those ghastly bruises? Bruises? That's the stairs, that's all. Now get lost. I'm a busy octopus. Ouch! You have my sympathies, good sir. It is challenging enough to coordinate 4 limbs, let alone 8. Is there someone inside your office? No. Whatever you gave you an idea, I am simply, fumigating the place for pests like yourself. Now, don't you have a battle to go fight? Inspector, I think something's alive in there. Just me, talking to myself, yes, gods, yes, gods, working as a receptionist is fun. Battered, bruised, beset by vermin, and still able to find joy and fulfillment in your work? I say, Mr. Ultros, your passion for your chosen profession is truly an inspiration to us all. Enio, if you would come with me for a moment, I fear the stupidity in the air may be contagious. Mr. Ultros is truly a man after my own heart, a gentleman among octopods. Listening to Mr. Ultros truly talk is inspiring. I say, he's looking more appetizing by the minute. Well, has your investigation borne any fruit? I see. Avila seeks to win the tourney to claim a fortune and raise her and her sister out of poverty. Furthermore, she has implied that she has taken the necessary precautions to ensure that her victory is all but certain. While trailing her, you narrowly evaded a series of dastardly obstacles, and upon your return, that strange octopus appeared considerably worse for the wear. The evidence points in one direction. The Alamigan girl and Ultros are plotting together to claim the Mithril Cup and its lucrative prize. It is not as preposterous as it sounds. I've done some research on our 8-legged friend. It would appear that Ultros has become something of a regular at Ulda's taverns and, houses of pleasure. I suspect that he is using his inside knowledge of the workings of the Coliseum to identify and eliminate potential threats, thereby ensuring victory for Avila and earning himself a healthy commission. There's also the matter of the Tempest Blade that is rumored to be the source of the Alamigan girl's strength. This remains a mystery, which means that I fear her life is still in danger, Enio. One of the guards informed me that several crates of refuse from the Coliseum reception room were hastily discarded in Pearl Lane not bells ago. It is a stab in the dark, but the contents may yet provide some answers. I would ask you to bring them to me. Well, let me see what you have found. Now, what have we here? Ah, yes, a spectacular assortment of innards and entrails. And what's this? A sack, even more foul-smelling than the gore it was lying in. if that can be believed. And look here, something appears to be written on the side. Saint God Sunrise. It would seem this merchant has had dealings with that squishy mash of tentacles. Let us pay a visit to the man and have him enlighten us as to the exact nature of their partnership. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning gentleman like yourself be looking for today? I'm sorry, sir, but I've said it once. I've said it 1,000 times. No exchanges, replacements, or refunds. I stand by the quality of my wares, and I expect my customers to do the same. Wait, now, did Ultra send you? I'll be asking the questions here. What exactly did you sell to that ungodly creature? Why, an entire sack full of gold truffles. Can you believe it? What with the impressive price and that, distinctive aroma, they're only for the most discerning of customers. Which Mr. Ultras clearly is, as he just placed another order today. Could these truffles somehow be connected to... No. I shall stop myself before I start sounding like... Inspector Briardien! It wounds me that you would sneak off to conduct your investigation without me, and to seal away Enio here. This gentleman is not impressed. Did you find anything, Inspector? Good gods! What is that dreadful smell? Miss Ellie, I would have expected a cultured young woman like yourself to be more educated in the Epicurean arts. That is the most distinct and delightful aroma of the gold truffle. An acquired taste, to be sure, but one that has won the heart of many an olden gourmet. I particularly enjoy them slow roasted, as my dear mother makes them. Roasted, you say? Why, my mouth's watering just thinking about it. Might I be so bold as to ask the recipe? It appears the productive portion of this conversation has come to an end. Besides, the tourney is about to begin. Let us make haste back to the Coliseum. Do you feel the anticipation in the air, my friend? This shall go down in Eorzean history as the greatest battle since I slew that dragon. But that did actually happen. Yes? That's really seemed enough incompetence for the day. Well, that merchant proved to be a spectacular waste of time. Time which is in short supply. We must return to the Coliseum before the battles begin. Here is the plan, Enio. I shall find a suitable vantage point to observe Miss Avila in combat. Until I have ascertained the trickery behind our abilities, you are to keep a wide berth of her blade. Understood? There you are. I was this close to starting the melee without you, Garhar. I'd be remiss not to tell you that there's been a slight change of plans. Another contestant suffered a last-minute injury, and none other than our very own Ultras has stepped in to take his place. With everyone's favorite octopus joining you two in the fray, spectators are just pouring in, and bookmarkers across the town are raking in the gill, which ain't a bad thing for us. Word has it that the Master Fargias himself is quite taken with my promotional skills. Aye, the future is looking bright for old Dour Meadow, it is. So, what say ye? Are you ready to get your asses kicked, Garhar? Can't be that bad. Get it? Aye, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gents, it's time for blades to whirl and limbs to fly. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, plutocrats and paupers, open your eyes and steel your stomachs. The Mithril Cup, brought to you by our ever charitable friends at Amagina and Sons Mineral Concern. Your concern is our concern, is about to begin. Who will stand atop the heap of maimed bodies and twisted limbs to claim victory? Will it be the tempestuous Arabella of Alamigo, Inu, the famed warrior of light? Or who was that grinning fool again? Ah, that's right, Humberbatch, agent of infamy and imbecile extraordinaire. I need to take a shot every time I get that word extraordinaire showing up. Or will it be our 11th hour entry, Ultros, the 8-legged purple purveyor of pain? Here I am. Did you miss me? Aye, I'd say we have a battle for the ages here, folks. Combatants, take your positions and let the battles begin. All right, you know the deal. We team up and wipe out the others. Then, when it's just the two of us, I'll take a dive. And you receive your share of the winnings. I have not forgotten our promise. Nice. Look at Avila's blade spin. Why, she's a veritable whirlwind of death and destruction out there. They breed him they breed him tough in El Amigo. That's for certain. You are next. Here we go, ladies and gents. Once my buddy gets a whiff of these raw truffles, he'll be sleazing up a storm. Literally. Nothing like the rich aroma of roasted truffles. All this fighting's giving Uncle Alti an appetite. It isn't time for dinner yet. Wait a minute. Roasted truffles? Braised in a savory sauce, just like Mother used to make them. Feel free to have seconds. There's a whole sack full where that came from. That meddling musclehead. What's taking him so damn long? The girl's gaze gives it away. Open that gate at once. Go. What is that monstrosity? Mr. Typhoon, it's just like I hear rumbling. Could I interest you some roasted truffles, perhaps? What fascinating friends you have, Ulti. Why, just look at this charming little nose. Is he perhaps suffering from a case of the sniffles? Girl. Who could it be? Avila's vaunted Tempest Blade. It was that monster all along. The girl played us all for fools. Don't look at me. It was all her idea. I'm just a stupid octopus. You were the one who approached me, you double-dealing fiend. I just wanted to experience a trail battle, for my work and all. Come on, Dour. Has Uncle Ulti ever lied to you? What did I tell ye? I knew there was something fishy about that Alamegan whore. Alamegans? Puh. Beggars and brutes, a lot of them. We give them a home in our lands, and this is the thanks we get? Send her to Garlemar for all I care. Just get her out of my sight before I get sick. But I just wanted to. My sister. I feel for the girl, really. My little octopus heart goes out to her. But the rules are rules, right? Now, if Uncle Ulti may be so bold, I say we call off the mail-in of a final showdown between the three remaining competitors. That would be me, my buddy Typhoon, and Enio here. What do you say, Mr. Warrior of Light? Aye, that's what we want to see. Ultras, Ultras, Ultras! Well, this is a most unprecedented turn of events. But who am I to deny the wishes of such a passionate crowd of martial arts aficionados? The venue, Halatali, the fighters, the tag team of Ultras and Typhoon versus the Warrior of Light. Who will be left standing when the storm has settled? Be there or miss a battle for the ages. He did not fight as a gentleman. So, to review, the truffles were to elicit a sneeze from the octopus's oversized crony, which would be positioned so as to appear it was coming from the Alamegan's girl's blade, allowing the two to sweep away their opponents with ease. No wonder why I wasn't able to see it sooner. It's quite possibly the most imbecilic scheme I've encountered in my years as a consulting inspector. At any rate, we have no choice but to trust in your abilities now, Enio. Let us make for Halatali. Well, this tourney's turned into a right mess. With all the trouble I took preparing consolation prizes for the melee, it looks like we won't be needing them after all. Of course, as long as you're bringing in the spectators and the profits, I could give a gnatsars. Har gar har har har. Now, I know what you're thinking. 2 against 1 ain't fair, especially one of the two is the size of a small house. So here's the deal. why don't you bring along some of your friends for the battle? Let's say 7 of them. That should even the odds. Aye. Combatants! The final confrontation will be held here, atop the dragon's neck. If all members of a team fall from the platform, they forfeit the match. Seafood soup is not on the menu today, kids! Nice music. Is that an Easter egg? I don't know. Typhoon, we almost got him. Funga. Oh, that's a lot of AoE attacks. We almost got Typhoon. That just leaves us with Ultras. Not too bad. There we go. That wasn't terrible. Other than being pushed off the ring a couple of times. Thwarted again. Feel like such a kicker. And Enio claims the Mithril Cup. Actually, all of us claim it, do we? Still. Good show, Enio. Your performance has earned us front row seats at the award ceremony. This should afford us the perfect vantage point to thwart the thief. Come, let us return to the Coliseum. A most remarkable display of martial skill, my adventuring friend. Clearly you have been observing me well in our travels together. The ceremony will begin any moment now. Be on your guard. Our adversary may be anywhere, or anyone. It was a battle for the ages, but a worthy victor has risen to claim the spoils. And now, let's take a look at the relic that our champion has won. Behold! From the personal vaults of Master Fergus himself, the Warden's Grace, a timeless treasure the likes of which our realm has never seen. One that's earned the attention of Eorzea's most prominent pilferer. Gar har har. Above you! Ladies and gentlemen, inspectors and invertebrates, the opening act dragged on over long, but worry not, the main event is about to begin. I know that you paid well for your seats here today, but I can assure you that my performance will not leave you disappointed. Now I invite one and all to sit back and enjoy the show. Vile fiend, mark my words, you have stolen your last treasure. I swear it on the Mandeville name. I think not, Hildegard. Greg, it's always a pleasure to reunite with old friends. But your timing truly leaves something to be desired. Enio, you bested me once, but not today. I shall have my revenge when I pierce your chest with my spear. Do you not mean your skewer? My spear! Vile thief! Is there not a shred of honor in you? Return my weapon at once! Oh, it seems we have an unexpected guest. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I fear attendance at today's performance is by invitation only. Now it's raining truffles, but the battle's already... Mr. Typhoon, just a moment, I'm sure I had a tissue here some... Vunga! Alas and alack, the ring sails straight into the hands of the fiend. Giving up so soon, are we? Those don't sound like the words of a Mandrill man. Perfect timing. The facial expressions. But of course! Brilliant, father! If the ring won't come to me, I shall go to the ring! While it'll be just like Dalamud! Hildibrand, Hilidor, Maximilian Menderville! Skyward, as only a Menderville can! Miss? Father, you don't know you're in your stringer! $997, $998, $990. Typical Hildibrand. How many times has this happened now? Wasn't expecting that to happen. These legs, they look strangely familiar. And he's got the ring. Ha! Put a little too much spin on that one, it seems. Not exactly as planned. But who can argue with the results? Save for one thing. This ring is a fake. But no matter. I have a feeling this will lead me to the true treasure. Until next time, friends, you have been a most attentive audience. That key, bloody hells. Guards, seize that fiend at once. Just 2 guards? Oh, wait. It's too late, sir. The second prize, the Ring of Inquiry, it's gone. Second prize? What is the meaning of this? Many-faced fiend or no, this man spoke true. A master goldsmith's eyes cannot be deceived. This sun sphere is clearly a second-rate replica. Preposterous. It just dim lighting. Yes, if you'll just step over here. Have you taken ill, friend? You seem to be perspiring most heavily. Let's not be so hasty, friends. I can explain. I sold out my honor, joined forces with the odious octopus, all for a false treasure. What a fool I have been. Whatever I was thinking. Do not berate yourself so, Miss Avila. Why, it was exactly as you said, was it not? You were thinking of dear Higgelina, and nothing more. I suppose it was, at that. How do you know my sister's name? Assure you, young miss, under no circumstances did I tell you to the none of our minds to eavesdrop your intimately personal dialogue with your beloved sister. You have the right of it. Blinded by the prospect of fortune and fame, I lost my sight of myself and what I truly was fighting for. My honor and my sister's trust will not easily be regained, but I will not shirk from the challenge. One mystery still remains. Before the thief had identified the ring as fake, he had already acquired the key to the storeroom. Clearly, the second prize, this Ring of Inquiry, was his target from the start. But why? There must be some pattern to the items the fiend has stolen. A pattern that betrays his true intentions. The Trinity Blade, Azema's Virtue, the Ring of Inquiry, all relics with quite a history. Or, to be more precise, relics from the era of the Briardiens. Oh! If that is so, the answer is clear as day. The feed means to found Eorzea's greatest museum, Briardien's history, pushing up the prices and gouging honest men out of their hard-earned coin. Doubtless another one of his cards will appear on the scene to tell us just as much. I've enjoyed our little game, but all good things must come to an end. I shall claim the 4 sacred treasures, and justice shall be served. So this is the thief's final challenge to us. But what are these 4 treasures of which he speaks? Where the 4 treasures of Briardia become one, the wicked shall be judged in the blazing light of sun. An old legend, little more than a fairy tale at that, and yet it seems the Phantom believes there is some truth in these words. 4 sacred relics from Briardia, the Warden's justice, lofty words coming from a glorified footpad. One who's winning over the common folk by the day. If rumors are to be believed, it would seem the tales of a master thief ruffling the feathers of the rich and famous have won the man more than a few admirers. Consider his targets thus far. An olden collector and her hired tugs, a trading mogul and the brass blades, and now a mining magnate and the stone of the torches. Is it any surprise that the sympathies of ordinary Oldens would lie with the perpetrator rather than his victims? Astutely observed, Miss Ellie. Our quarry clearly harbors no small degree of resentment for wealth and authority. Might his next target be a member of the Syndicate? Perhaps the Sultana herself? Ha! Then it will be to his downfall. For the greater the challenge, the higher I rise. Just one moment, if you would. Mark my words, ye of many faces, there is but one man who shall lay claim to the four lost relics of Briadien, and it shall be Hildibrand, Age of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. Yes, I'm sure that inspires us all with great confidence. What was that? No, it couldn't be. Ha, methinks Godbert may need a new pair of spectacles. So we're almost finished with level 50, I think. Or are we? It's a race to recover the four lost relics of Briadien. As the fiend's true identity and aspirations are revealed. Will Eorzea fall prey to the forces of evil? Or will our hero do what only a Mandragoras can? Her last vow. Is it though? The key to the next case is a mask. Have you ever worn a mask for so long that you forgot what you actually look like? I have. And how did they freeze in midair like that? Talk about a mystery. Oh well, see you next time. A shocking new turn. Is it? I was wondering when you'd show up, Enio. I hope you haven't made any plans for the day, because we got a situation on our hands. Remember our good friend, the Phantom Thief? Well, it seems he's decided to branch out from burglary to cold-blooded murder. If the rumors are to be believed, he's claimed 3 victims already, all influential members of Oldan society. Mr. Many Faces has been kind enough to leave one of his signature calling cards at every scene, leaving no doubt as to the identity of the murderer. The message is always the same. The weight of 5 corpses will bring the scales of justice to balance. More riddles. Not that you hear me complaining. No, the only thing my readers like more than a good mystery is a good murder mystery. Ever since the story broke, the Mitral's Eye has been selling like pawn's cakes. The only rub is that it's left me no time to look into the thief's last message. Until now, that is. Shall we, Enio? The hidden treasure of Olda, was it? If there's anyone who can shed some light on this, it's you-know-who. To Sunsilk Tapestries. Well now, if it ain't my favorite venture, and my favorite Mitral Eye reporter along with him. Tell me, what have I done to deserve the pleasure of your company today? I see. As much as I'd like to help 2 of my best mates, I'm afraid you found old women at a loss. Old has more than its fair share of treasures, hidden otherwise. I reckon our phantom friend could be after just about any of them. I can tell you this much, though. Whatever the thief's got his eyes on, it's got the Sultan sworn in the right thither. Word has it that they formed a regiment of their best and brightest to safeguard the royal vaults from this very threat. The Sultan sworn aren't like to be forthcoming with information, but it's the only lead we've got. Come on, Enio, it's time we paid a visit to the heart of the sworn. Oi, hold up there, Ellie. I ain't generally the worrying type, but you may want to think twice before getting yourself involved in this. A man in my business develops a nose for danger, and this time the stench is something fierce. You are a reporter, Ellie, and a fine one at that. Don't put that pretty neck of yours at risk trying to play hero. Your concern is touching, but I can assure you that I am ready for whatever dangers lie ahead. Besides, being a reporter is about more than selling papers. I have a duty to seek out the truth and convey it to the people. Come in, Neo. Time is of the essence. Where have I seen this man before? Halt! Only authorized personnel allowed in. Bugger me with a sore broadsword. It's the Gentleman of Light, adventure companion, that Cuddy Butt Q reporter from the Mitral Eye. Well, if it isn't the self-styled warrior of light. Tell me, what tall tales did you spin to the Sultan's Sworn recruiter to land yourself in this position? Oh, only the 12's honest truth, miss. Seeing that gentleman of light standing tall and triumphant that day, it moved me to the depths of me soul like. I vowed to put aside my sketchy past and serve the realm just like my hero, Master Hildibrand. The Sultan's Sworn were impressed with my commitment and my sword arm, and they gladly welcomed me into their ranks. Well, wait. Don't tell me. You've come to assist Master Hildibrand in his investigation, haven't you? Cor, why didn't you say so sooner? It's the least I could do to help the mates who united me with my role model. You'll be wanting to speak with Phyllis. She's one of the Sworn's best, and something of a history buff, it seemed. When she heard a thief was targeting the 4 relics of Briadien, she personally stepped forward and volunteered to lead the investigation. If anyone has the information you're looking for, it be her. Wait here while I get her. I can trust you not to touch anything. Aye? A pleasure to meet you, Phyllis. My name is Ellie from the Mitral Eye. As you may have heard, we are researching the Phantom Thief case, and would appreciate any information that may shed light on recent events. The pleasure is mine, Miss Ellie. And if I'm not mistaken, that would make your companion friend here one EnioHabev, yes? You know Enio? As any regular leader of the Mitral, I would. I must confess to being something of an unabashed fan of your work. Though it hardly befits my station to say this, I was secretly hoping that you would show up to assist in the investigation. Doubtless the inspector, too, will also welcome a helping hand. The Sultan's Sworn, the elite of Olda's elite. I can only hope they prove more competent than the bungling mercenaries I've dealt with thus far. Inspector Briardien, always one step ahead of us. Miss Ellie! Enio, a moment, if you would. Right there. Very good. Now, face me and don't move an ill. Inspector, what is on your... Demasking dust. A formula of my own devising that will allow us to see right through the thief's disguises. Analyzing the mask left behind at Vesper Bay, I was able to identify its composition and synthesize a counter-agent that would dissolve the disguise whilst leaving the wearer's face intact. In any event, it would appear the two of you are indeed who you appear to be. Brilliant, Inspector! The Phantom Thieves pulled the wool over our eyes for the last time. I fear it won't be so simple. The ingredients necessary to produce the dust are exceedingly rare. Even with the entire resources of the Sultan's Sworn at our disposal, we were only able to produce a limited supply. I see. Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. That said, have you been able to identify the thief's next target? A hidden treasure of Olda, the last of the 4 relics of Briadien. I fear not. I poured through the histories time and again, but the only mention of these 4 relics is a vague reference in an old prophecy. Most serious scholars consider it little more than a fairy tale. When darkness falls, and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. The legend goes on to describe 4 sacred artifacts, one each possessed by these 4 Briadian heroes, but makes no mention as to their appearance of nature. 3 times we have tried to identify the thief's target, and 3 times has he foiled us by making off with something else entirely. Needless speculation will only play to the fiend's strengths. All artifacts of Briadian origin have been sealed within the royal vault, and a regiment of our finest assigned to its protection. I have furnished all the guards with a supply of demasking dust, and instructed them to be on the lookout for any suspicious personages. The Black Guard will be in chains before we can lay a dirty hand on the vault doors, let alone the treasures within. You have a word, my lady. But there are even more disturbing matters at hand. Doubtless you have heard of the recent rash of murders perpetrated by our quarry. The Sultan sworn to have launched an investigation, but the truth of the matter is that we have been far too occupied with the defense of the vaults to make any meaningful progress. We'd be most grateful for any assistance you could offer. A lady asks, and a gentleman answers. Cast all worry from your heart, my lady. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has arrived to set right what is wrong and bring the wicked to justice. And this must be the demasking dust that is the talk of the palace. Ah, but you need not waste your supply on me, Inspector. I assure you that I am exactly who I claim to be. A shame. That? Inspector Hildibrand, we were not expecting you, but your services are most welcome. I will share all I know about the recent murders. The killer has claimed 3 victims thus far. The head of the publishing consortium, a high-ranking government official, and an influential scholar. Other than that, they were all influential figures in their respective circles. We can identify no common threads connecting the 3. Oh, this will prove a most satisfying case to crack indeed. And what of the method of killing? Conked over the head with a cudge? Gutted with a great sword? Strangled with a subligar, mayhap? I'm afraid that we have identified no pattern. In any event, the murderer plots the deaths of 2 more even as we speak. We must take action, and quickly. Understood, my lady. Clues may be scarce, but worry not. My realm-renowned powers of deduction are more than up to the task. I will see this burglar turned butcher delivered to justice. Your presence is heartening indeed, Inspector Hildibrand. Friends, please take this demasking dust with you. I fear we can spare but a single sachet, but I trust that you will put it to good use. On behalf of the Sultan Sworn, your assistance with the murder investigation is greatly appreciated. Leave the defense of the Royal Vault to us. The Gentleman of Light, in the flesh. Hells, he's every bit as muscular and majestic as I remembered. He may have 1,000 faces, but in respect to Briardien's mismasking dust, the masquerade will soon be over. I hope so too. Come to accompany me on another case, friend. I like your gusto, but if you are auditioning to be my assistant, I fear that role has already been filled most ably. Still, a gentleman welcomes the support of all of his admirers. I shall henceforth name you thus Dudley, Enyo, my ever-loyal associate. And now, my ever-loyal associate, the investigation calls. I propose that we begin by inspecting the site at which the most recent victim met his demise. My questioning about the palace has revealed that the scholar's body was found not far from the 80 sins of Sasamo. Even the most circumspect of criminals cannot help but leave behind clues. Clues that will not elude my gaze. Friends, let us be off. Pray alert me should you see anyone suspicious, my ever-loyal associate. We must put Mrs. Phyllis's demasking dust to good use. Flowers. How intriguing. Flowers. Yes, it is all becoming clear now. Our phantom killer is a florist who, in his hurry to escape, carelessly mislaid his wares. Just what do you think you're doing? I'm the one who put those flowers there, to honor the memory of me poor boy. You dare defile his memory, 1,000 pardons, my lady. Please accept my most sincere condolences on your loss. I am Hildibrand, Agent Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire. I swear to you in my own dear mother's name that your son's killer will be brought to justice. Ahem. As I was just saying, these flowers were clearly placed here by the family of the deceased, which can only mean... Leave this place. Run away while you still can. Run far, far away. Run, or he'll turn you to a zombie, just like my poor boy. A living person turned into a zombie? Nonsense. Not nonsense, my boy. History. Or have you not heard the horrors of Sildi? Aye, old assembling nation, against which we waged war centuries ago. Much blood was shed by both sides, aye. But I speak of far greater horrors than that. An unholy draught brewed by a Sildian alchemist, one with the power to turn the living to the undead, that his nation might command an army of mindless, deathless soldiers. The traitors spurn. They turned my poor boy into a heap of rotten flesh and ran him through. But you won't hear that from the Sultan Sworn. Thou alone knows why. But they whisked the body away before I could do much, so as much as pay me my last respects. The traitors spurn. I'd heard the stories, but I never thought them true. To be able to procure such a frightening thing. Just who are we dealing with here? A Sildan, I'm sure of it. Aye, only a Sildan would know the recipe. The last remnants of Sildi died 4 centuries ago, you say? Yeah. Oh, they did. Yeah. He calls himself the Phantom Thief, he does. But did it ever occur to ye that he might be the honest-to-God's phantom? Heard the tales from my own great-great-grandma, I did, about the 4 relics of Briadien and the powers they hold. The power to exact justice. The specter of Sildi has returned to wreak vengeance on us. Woe unto us all. Have the 4 warriors of light forsaken us? My dear boy, if you'd only become a traitor like your father, if you'd kept your nose out of those history books and never so much breathed the accursed name of Sildi. But you did, and now we're doomed. Doomed. That bleeding horse sense here somewhere. I can feel it in me molecules. The most potent hair tonic the realm has seen? Aye, that it was. For all of a fortnight, afore my flowing locks fell out all over again. And just as I was shutting up a lovely young lass at the quicksand, just to twist the knife an extra elm. Mountebank, charlatan! I'll find that so-called inspector and his sorry band, and pull every last strand of hair from their bleeding skulls. Shades from Sildi. Living men turned to zombies. The old crone's lost not just her son, but her wits as well. Hildibrand is onto something, or at least he thinks he is. It's all becoming clear to me now. The dear old woman's testimony has confirmed that which I had suspected from the start. Like a zombie picking away at its rotting flesh, Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has peeled away the foul scab of uncertainty to reveal the truth within. Open your eyes and feast your minds on the fruits of my flawless deduction. Our phantom thief is a phantom indeed, a wayward spirit caught between the realm of the living and the dead. For nigh on centuries since meeting a tragic end on the battlefield. As such, our course of action is clear. We must placate this tortured soul, that it might abandon its vengeful vendetta and travel to the next life in peace. But what is the true nature of the specter's grievances? Without this knowledge, we cannot hope to assuage its rancor. Let us begin our search at the Thaumaturge's Guild. Doubtless the tombs there contain a wealth of knowledge on the ill blood between the sibling nations. Notwithstanding the abject stupidity of everything else that came out of your mouth, some knowledge of Sildi might serve as well. Go research as you will, and do take as much time as you need. You can count on me, Inspector Briardien. Whatever knowledge is to be gleaned at the guild, it shall not escape my inspector's eye. Researching the ancient feud between Olda and Sildi, are you? Most impressive. Young people these days show so little interest in learning from the past. Anyhow, I'm pleased to say I have more than a passing familiarity with ancient history. To understand the history of the sibling nations, one must go back further still, to the birth of their mother nation, Briadien. The 5th Astral Era was an age of untold wonders, where the arcane arts burgeoned and the great civilizations that commanded such powers flourished. This age of enlightenment would not last, however. Power bred avarice, and avarice bred resentment. It culminated in the War of the Magi, which brought the great floods of the 6th Umbral Calamity, which in turn swallowed once proud nations and left a battered wasteland in its wake. Mages were reviled and persecuted for having caused this catastrophe, with many forced to leave their homelands or face death. It was a small band of those survivors that found their way to Tanaland, where they would found a nation of Briadien some 8 centuries agone. Ah, imagine a government of mages, by mages, and for mages. What wonders might would have been wrought had Briadian civilization survived to this very day. Alas, this was not to be. You don't say. It's not every day someone comes to our halls to research Sildi. As a fellow student of history, though, I more than welcome the conversation. Briadian civilization flourished in relative peace until twin sons were born to the royal family. The two were fierce rivals, and when they came of age and their father passed, each one claimed that he was the rightful heir to the throne. With neither son willing to relinquish his claim, they agreed to split their kingdom in two, forming the twin nations of Olda and Sildi. But not unlike the two proud princesses, the sibling nations developed a penchant for rivalry. Greetings, traveler. You would learn of the war between Olda and the fallen Sultanate of Sildi? It would be my pleasure to enlighten you. The two city-states coexisted for several generations until the bad blood between them boiled over, culminating in outright war. As you might deduce from the present state of affairs, Olda emerged victorious, leaving its once proud sibling nation in smoldering ruins. As the histories tell it, the battles fought between its sister nations were the stuff of nightmares. In a desperate attempt to overcome Olda's superior numbers, Sildian alchemists had devised the most horrific stratagem. employing a frightful formula known as the Traitor's Spurn. They brought their fallen warriors back as undead soldiers. Some theories have it that they even employed a potion on those of the living who are too weak or wounded to fight. Sends shivers up the spine just thinking about it. No? It is truly a crowning glory of our fair nation that our forebears were able to emerge victorious against these horrors. What's that you say? You seek knowledge of the bad blood between Ulda and Sildi. I suppose I can spare a moment or two. But take good notes. I'm not fond of repeating myself. 2 scales, one of gold and one of silver. The gold of Ulda, weighing prosperity and power. The silver of Sildi, weighing knowledge and power. But the powers sought by the 2 nations differed greatly. Yes, greatly indeed. The power wrought by Ulda and prosperity was that of justice and good, while the power wrought by Sildi knowledge was horrific beyond belief. The power to rip the living soul out of a man and render him a mindless killing machine. On this matter, the histories are clear. But riddle me this, my friend. Who writes the histories? And what does this say of the words writ within? Yes, truth can be elusive and fickle as the shifting sands. As one example, did you know that in the war against Sildi, Uldan and Amalja warriors fought side by side? Likely you did not, and neither did I, until I encountered a faded passage in an ancient text buried deep in our archives. And yet, in the histories read by the populace, you will see no mention of this most fascinating act. Might it be that someone, at some time, deemed this particular truth less than convenient? But I have said enough already. My ever-loyal associate, tell me, what have you learned from your questioning of the scholars in these halls? Indeed, as it happens, I have learned much the same. Let us take a moment to review and allow my peerless powers of deduction to work their magic. A war of succession divides the great civilization of Briadien, giving rise to the sibling nations of Ulda and Sildi. The 2 nations coexist for some generations until ill blood boils over, culminating in outright war. Daunted by Ulda's superior military might, Sildi employs their advanced alchemical knowledge to horrific ends, transforming their own citizens, alive and dead, into a fearsome undead legion. Yes, I believe I have it. The facts at hand have led me to one unassailable conclusion. Our phantom thief is a descendant of doomed Sildi, who seeks vengeance against those who reduce his countrymen to slavering zombies. To pacify his soul and send him peacefully to the next world, there is but one course of action. We must find the Sildi statesman who conceived this dreadful stratagem, and have him apologize to the thief in person for the suffering he has wrought. A brilliant plan. Perhaps you'd like to go find yourself a shovel and dig this statesman out of his grave yourself? Leaving aside this nonsense of spirits and specters, it appears increasingly likely that our quarry shares some link to Sildane. His garish garb is no doubt meant to evoke the silver scales of the fallen Sultanate. This Sildane connection who would also serve to explain the rare knowledge of Briadien relics of our thief clearly possesses. But what of the murder victims? What common thread amongst them could have incurred the ire of our adversary? A few people in the town spoke of a man sighted calling upon the victims in the past days. Those who saw him said he had almost frightened air about him. Wait. Yes, it's coming to me! Of course, my keen investigator's senses ring out with a voice loud and clear. This man Miss Ellie speaks of just might know something. You really should stop thinking so hard. You're like to strain a brain muscle. Miss Ellie, who is this man, and where might we find him? My sources identified the man as Guguria, a traveling merchant known to frequent Horizon. Shall we pay him a visit? My keen instincts tell me that Master Guguria's testimony will be key to a monumental breakthrough in our investigation. Yes, I shall employ the ancient Mandeville art of parley to skillfully extract the information we require. Yes? If you got business, make it quick. But my time's too valuable to waste chatting with every stranger who passes by. Forgive us, good sir. My name is Ellie, a reporter with the Mitral Eye. Never blinking, all-seeing. You know the rest. I was wondering if we could trouble you with just a few questions. Was it for love or money that you killed them? Yes, you, the thief of many faces. Me? A thief? What is this nonsense? I don't know who you are, but I ain't got the time or the patience for this mummery. Now, if excuse me, an important client awaits. I thought I recognized that voice. Lady Dorilda, well met indeed. Pray tell, whatever brings you to these environs this fair evening? Why, I live here, you ham-headed half-wit. Inspector Briardien, this is an unexpected pleasure. Do you have some business with my associate here? Pray tell. Guguria, we can discuss business after. Pray lend the inspector here, the handsome one, whatever assistance he requires. But Lady Dorilda, what about... Ah, yes, my dear Maria's named a present. I didn't mind one of the prize pieces from Esteem's latest seasonal collection. You would be able to procure one for me, yes? Or shall I eliminate the middleman and make the trip to Olda myself? I'll say it just once more, Guguria. I expect you to give the inspector and his companions your full assistance. They, yes, even the stupid one, helped me regain something truly priceless. Yes, something more valuable than any mere trinket. All right. I'll tell you what I know, but you didn't hear it from me. Got it? I was looking into the killing on behalf of a client of mine. The thief's got himself some of that zombie dust. The traitor's spurn, was it? And his cards speak of 5 victims. It got me to thinking. Sildy, 5 victims. Aye, the Arbiters of Truth. The Arbiters of Truth. I'm not familiar with the name. Aye, few would be on account of them being something of a secret society and all. Influential personages at Sultanate, you see, working from the shadows to keep false knowledge about the old Sildi conflict from reaching the ears of folk like you and me. False knowledge? Pray tell, just what sort of knowledge might that be? The doll's balls, don't make me say no more. I've got a family to feed. Very well. Just tell us one last thing. Who hired you, and where can we find him? Hob. His name's Hob. When he heard what I said, he told me that he was going to set sail for Limsa with his 5 best cell swords to guard his back. Said there were many prying eyes at the airship docks. Said he had a private ship docked and waiting for him at Vesper Bay. But remember, you didn't hear none of this from me. This man Hob must be one of the killer's targets. Doubtless he also knows the identity of the remaining one. I doubt that. They say the Arbiters are so secretive. They don't even know each other's true identities. Now, don't ask me how all that works, but Hob's got a high-ranking friends in the Brass Blades. Once he heard the victims had all been zombified, he panicked. Guess he knew that he'd be next. Thank you very much, my kind sir. Once again, the ancient Mandeville art of parley has procured for us a key morsel of knowledge. Let us seek out this Hob fellow and see what he can share with us. And let us hurry. The man's life is in danger even as we speak.
Master Hob, is everything quite alright? No! Stand back, Ellie. Hunger. I hunger for your brains. Damn, there's no saving the man, Enio. Do what you must. Yes, my first-hand knowledge of zombies tells me this particular shade of green is unmistakably that of the undead. It would seem we were a few moments late to the scene. A message, and then there was one. There it is again. Something the matter, Inspector? Indeed, Nashu, there is. Ever since I picked up the trail of the Phantom Thief, I've had this fleeting sense. A sense that someone or something is watching us. The thief might be close at hand. We should be careful. For the moment, let us return and report our findings to Miss Phyllis. Secret society or no, knowing the identities of its members may yet lead us to the final victim. I, too, had best return to the Mitral Eye. Let's meet up again after. I'll see what new clues I can uncover in the meantime. You will do nothing of the sort, Miss Ellie. These streets are far too dangerous for you to walk alone. Inspector, I'll go with her. If you insist, Nashu, then I give my leave. But pray be wary, not just of the thief, but of Miss Ellie. She has quite the temper, as we both know. Miss Ellie, there is something I must tell you when this case is over. Be safe, and promise me that you will not attempt anything rash, as you did that time when the fiend took aim at my own life. Your life, at Costa del Sol. Yes, that was quite the ordeal, wasn't it? I'll be careful, I promise. I eagerly await the day when I may hear what it is you would share with me. A secret vow! Ho-ho! Consider my interest piqued as well, good Inspector. Now let us be off. Miss Phyllis awaits our report. The news of Hobbs' death will not sit well with Miss Phyllis. But a gentleman must do what a gentleman must do. A fourth victim? Allah have mercy. Were you able to glean aught of a connection to the other victims? The Arbiters of Truth? No, it cannot be. Somebody help! Miss Ellie? The voice came from the direction of the vault. We must hurry. Miss Ellie! Are you hurt? That man. I only thought to ask him a few questions. Before I knew what was happening, he was upon me. He could only... bash his brains with a conveniently placed bottle of mead, it would seem. Haha! Remind me not to get on your bad side, Miss Ellie. That said, is Nashu not with you? She saw a figure lurking in the shadows and went off in pursuit before I could stop her. This man wears the armor of a Sultan-sworn squire, yet his face is unfamiliar to me. Something is amiss. The thief of many faces. To think we would find our man like this. Thrice and again did the fiend elude our grasp. But no more.
By virtue of the gentleman's ingenious deductions and lady's pugilistic visions, I declare this case closed. I return this sachet to you, Miss Phyllis. Whilst the gesture was appreciated, in the end it proved superfluous to my cracking of the case. While you're at it, is there anything else of immense value that you'd like to wittingly destroy? Interesting. What? What is the meaning of this? Ingenious. A double disguise, planted by the thief to throw us off his trail, no doubt. This is Goigui, one of my most capable men. I assigned him to guard the vault, and I outfitted him with an ample supply of demasking dust. It is inconceivable that the thief could so easily elude his grasp. Unless the thief was not wearing a mask. Speaking of which, has anyone seen Miss Ellie? No, that's impossible. Of course, it all makes perfect sense. With the Phantom Thief to thank for her burgeoning readership and rise to the ranks of the Mithril at the Mithrili, Miss Ellie could not bear to face the possibility of her story of a lifetime coming to an end. Thus, she hatched a plan to... My lady, the vault has been breached. The wise men whisper, it's gone. For her foul crimes against the Sultanate, I hereby declare Ellie of the Mithrili, the thief of many faces, an enemy of the state. Deploy all troops and do not rest until she is in custody. And now the game is truly afoot. Ah, what is the meaning of all this rocket and rumpus? And just as we were about to make our triumphant return. Isn't that so, Enkidu? Miss Ellie? Miss Ellie? That shadow you said you saw? I think it was just a dormouse. To think he'd literally stumble face first onto the second mask. His good fortune truly knows no end. But not to worry, yes. I dare say the Phantom Thief has another trick or two up his sleeve. How could we have been so blind? When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable. Not even the shockingest turn of events will deter the famed agent of inquiry. Even the game is self-aware at this point. My ever-loyal associate, we must find Miss Ellie, and quickly. Surely if, confronted by her constant companions, she can still be convinced to abandon this fool plan. Oh, Miss Phyllis. I thought you had already departed in the company of your men. But all for the better. Shall we conduct the search together? I fear that will only put them at a greater risk. You see, the fifth and final member of the Arbiters of Truth, the Phantom Thief's final target, is none other than... Hildibrand Mander? Me. Mind you, it is not a role I sought of my own accord. My name and my passion for history are somewhat well known in the Sultanate. One day I received an anonymous letter stating that a position in the committee had opened, and I've been chosen to fill it. The letter went on to enumerate my duties. To prevent the spread of historical lies that would sully the name of our illustrious nation. As a high-ranking officer in the Sultan's Sworn, I was deemed to be in a particularly unique position to serve as an arbiter. I knew that there were other members of the organization, but was told nothing of their names or identities. You would think that my unknown compatriots were the victims all along. I cannot put any more lives in danger. I will sequester myself in a place where my presence can cause no harm, until such time as the killer is apprehended. Your concern for our well-being is most touching, Miss Phyllis, but there is no need for such caution. As a seasoned inspector, I am more than capable of protecting a lady in distress. And as a gentleman, that is exactly what I shall do. My associates here also stand at your side. Speaking of which, has anyone seen my loyal assistant? Inspector, over here! Is that the real one or the fake one? Ah, there you are, Nashu. You really shouldn't have run off on your own like that. I was worried sick about you. I'm sorry, Inspector. Miss Ellie said she saw somebody in the shadows, so I went to take a look. Now, there wasn't anything but a dormouse. But it was a really cute dormouse, you see? Just kept squeaking and scurrying away, and I just... Pardon me for a moment, Nashu. Yes, my inspector's sense speaks to me. Someone is watching us. Enio, let us split up and canvass our surroundings. Where is Miss Ellie? You think she went looking for the dormouse too? You think it's a fake? Apologies, Enio, but I require a moment alone with my thoughts. I cannot allow my presence to put my men in danger. A water-stained letter. Be wary and be warned. Trust no one and your friends all the less. This will avail you well. Use it wisely. In the use session, it's going to next instant you feel intimidating presence behind you. Oh, if it isn't my beloved son's staunch companion, the mighty Enio. I was in the area on a matter of business, which I curtailed when I felt a suspicious presence from the shadows. Pursuing it led me here. Mayhap it is the same for you. Oh, so your pursuit of the thief of many faces has taken quite the unexpected turn. And now you have come upon a series of anonymous letters. Mayhap our watcher in the shadows is a friend. Or is this but another trap laid by the fiend? Yes, the plot thickens like a dollop of salamander oil. In either event, I dare say the circumstances call for utmost caution. The thief could be anywhere or anyone. Myself excluded, of course. No mere mask could replicate the physique of this Manderville man. That said, I fear my dear Hildy may be in a bit of over his head at this time. Allow me to assist in your investigation. Were anything to happen to Hildibrand, his dear mother would, not be pleased. If the sender speaks true, the villain even now lurks within our midst. And yet we have but a single sachet of demasking dust at our disposal. We must identify the imposter beyond reasonable doubt before we proceed. You know the players better than I, Enio. What say you have a few words with each of them, and see if aught seems amiss? Am I doomed to share the same fate as the others? I'd sooner die than become one of those things. Miss Ellie is the Phantom Thief. It is the only logical conclusion. And yet, I cannot help but feel that another truth still evades us. Inspector Briardien told me all about it. Who would have thunk Miss Ellie was the Phantom Thief all this time? She sure fooled me. Nothing particularly odd about any of them, you say. It stands to reason. The fiend would not take such a risk if he were not utterly confident that he could pull off the ruse. Curses, this one's not half the fool his son is. I must elude him, and quickly. Time is of the essence. I questioned the Sultan sworn outside. To a man they insist they have seen not of Miss Ellie. Wherever could she have gone? Father, what brings you here? Yes, finally the pieces are coming together. Now, if you would kindly stand still and shut up, the fiend already stands among us. Inspector Briardien, I should hope you're not doubting me? Well, I'm quite convinced that even a master impersonator would struggle to recreate your particular brand of idiocy. The fact remains that anyone here who has spent even a moment alone must be considered a suspect. The thief has proven to be highly efficient at assuming new identities. An astute observation, my gangly friend. I'd say this occasion calls for a dose or two of that powder Enio here found earlier. There would happen to be another sachet or two lying about, would there? What remains of our supply has already been distributed to the search party. But worry not, they should be reporting back within the bell's time. Time might be against me, but just you watch. I will go my way out of this and turn you into the reeking, drooling corpse you deserve to be. I fear that it is more time than we can afford, Miss Phyllis. Fortunately, my powers of deduction will lay the fiend's face bare within minutes. We know that, given the choice, the thief prefers to impersonate familiar personages. As Miss Ellie has had only passing interactions with my dear father, we can safely eliminate him from consideration. That leaves myself, Nashu, and Enio here. Nashu and I, in particular, have had a close and extended relationship with our suspect. I shall begin my questioning my own assistant. I assure you that none know her better than I. Brilliant reasoning as ever, Inspector. Go on, ask me anything. Of all the times for this overstuffed buffoon to start talking sense, if he asked me anything too obscure, my cover as good as blown. My relationship with Nashu is so close. I dare say at times it is as if we share a bind. If this Nashu is truly my ever-loyal assistant, she should have no trouble completing my thoughts. Ahem. I'm a Menderville. Man. Doing what only a Manderville can. From the peaks of Quartas to Townland, Manderville. Man, you're the best, Inspector. A perfect score. You may rest easy, dear friends. This is unmistakably, unequivocally, indubitably the true Nashu. I've never loved you more than now, you marvelous muttonhead, you. Nashu, is something the matter? Just because you picked up a few more wrinkles beneath the eyes, there's no need to avert that charming face of yours. Wrinkles? Wrinkles? Look who's talking, you crusty cretinous old... Genius, Inspector? The charade is up, Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, you look somehow different. So the letter spoke true. The fiend was in our midst all along. The prodigious powers of deduction scream out to me. This woman knows something. I was all but certain that Ellie was our thief. Where's the meaning of this? Another two-layered mask, mayhap? But no, this woman bears a striking resemblance to Miss Ellie. I won't be surprised. And what's with that smile? Someone is not telling the truth. Seven hells, done in by a muscle-bound muttonhead and his motley troop of mummers. Just who are you? Your resemblance to Miss Ellie is most uncanny, and yet... Consulting Inspector Briardien, once again you failed to measure up to your lofty reputation. Of course, we resemble each other. Ellie is, after all, my own flesh and blood, my beloved sister and my eminently capable partner in crime. 1,000 faces I may wear, but only one name do I bear. You can call me Cece. Charmed, I'm sure. Are you quite alright? Why, you look as if you've seen the ghost. Despite my moniker, I assure you that Ellie and I are no specters. What we are, mind you, are the last living scions of Syldian aristocracy. Bemused, are you? Befuddled to find two sisters behind the mask? Try using your brains once in a while. Every time you encountered a thief, Ellie was standing right in your midst. No, the thief that 4 times stole the show, oh, and those priceless relics, was me. Meanwhile, Ellie hid in plain sight, supplying me with just the knowledge I needed to stay one step ahead of my pursuers. All while spinning the hair-raising tales of my exploits that won the hearts of this nation. We owe a lot to you, truly. Why, without the tales of your hapless attempts to catch me, we never could have risen to these heights of celebrity. Miss Cece, from a gentleman to a lady, I would ask you one thing and one thing only. Just what is it that you and Miss Ellie hope to accomplish with all of your schemes? Justice! 400 years ago, old dogs reduced our great nation to a nation of zombies. At long last, the cowards that would still justify these foul deeds will suffer the same fate. Wait. The histories say that it was Sildi that turned their own men into zombies. The histories lie! And you work from the shadows, silencing those who would speak the truth. You should have died with your fellows, false arbiter. It was Ulda that ordered the creation of that dreadful powder, and wielded it as a weapon against our proud ancestors. The history of your glorious sultanate is built on a lie. What is this madness you speak, woman? Not madness, truth! The powder in my possession was stolen from the Olden army 4 centuries ago by one of my ancestors. They say it was his final act of courage in the moments before his leg fell off and his rotting head dropped from his shoulders. This is the truth that the histories don't tell. The truth that this doe-eyed sultan's word would kill to keep buried deep in the sands of Thanaland. But your time of reckoning is nigh. Oh yes, before long, you and everyone in this rotten nation will know firsthand the horrors of my ancestors knew. And just what do you mean by that? Oh, how the idiots lap up the stories. A masked crusader for justice. A dashing rebel waging battle against power and authority. Oh, if only they knew. But they will see soon enough when they're eating each other's brains out on the streets. In the last days before our proud nation was razed to the ground, a band of the final survivors stole a vast quantity of the powder from the olden vaults, hiding it away in a secret vault sealed with powerful magics. The sole means by which the vault may be opened? By assembling 4 secret relics from Belladia. 4 relics once housed in the royal palace of Sildi, before the olden dogs stole them and claimed them for their own. And so it dawns upon you at last. Yes. Even as we speak, Ellie makes for the vault, the 4 relics safely in hand. Just think, one day you'll be able to tell your grandchildren you were there when zombie powder rained down on Ulda. No, wait, you'll be all dead. Preposterous. But first, you, my dear, you will not even have the pleasure of looking upon the last moments of your precious homeland. Let your flesh rot like all of your rotten lies. I think not, Miss Sissy. Hildibrand! You idiot! Just for once, could you not get in the way? Godbert Manderville! I can't even trust your sorry ass to look after him for a day. I knew it! That presence watching over us from the shadows. It was you, my dear wife. Am I to understand that you're Hildibrand's mother? Aye, this is more like it. Hand to hand, skillet to skillet. It's enough to send a warrior's pulse racing. Prepare yourself, Enio. The time of our final confrontation is nigh. Do you have toes for brains, you overstuffed buffoon? My beloved boy's been turned into a stinking corpse if you hadn't bloody noticed. You. Eni or something, was it? Hildy has told me all about your hijinks together. Pleased to meet ye. My dear boy's always had a bit of a rebellious streak. What can I say? I can come on a bit too strong at times. But can you blame me? This time I thought I'd sit back and leave things to my Soriar's husband here. And look at what that got me. You'll help me out, won't ye? Wow.
Another twist to the story. I dare say it's quite clear who wears the pants in the family, so to speak. Inspector Hildibrand's mother? Is it a mother or wife? I can't tell. Looks very young, or maybe it's the height. I can't tell. Reunited with my dear boy for the first time in ages, and just look at him. He's green. Fortunately, there's still time to reverse the zombie curse, and I know just the remedy. A vial of holy water. The ingredients are simple. A tatter of oversold rags and a vial of twice distilled water. Soon God at the market stocks the former. Only the latter you can procure from a trader by the name of Jest. Now hurry! Once the poison spreads throughout his veins, no antidote will save him. In the meantime, I will search for the bumbler's bumbling assistant. With any luck, Miss Nashu is still alive. Ouch! That smarts. Ye gods, Hildy, you're looking none too hardy yourself. No thanks to you, you bumbling oaf. Now, are you going to accompany Enu here and make yourself useful? Or do I have to reintroduce you to that wall? But of course, my lady, Gilgamesh is ever at your service. Sun goes sundries, was it? Come now in here, there's work to be done. Piece of oversold rags from Cinco Sundries and a battle twice distilled water for the trader's guest. Now hurry, goddammit, my dear boy's life at stake. Oversold rags, you say? I fear that I only have a single tatter left in stock, and it's already been spoken for. But, my good man, you must reconsider. My dearest friend's life, and quite possibly mine own as well, hangs in the balance. I sympathize with your plight, friend. But a man has to make a living. I've been promised a copious supply of rare chimera membrane for these rags. Unless you can offer me the same, no deal. Gah! You expect us to be able to summon such a rarity out of nowhere at a moment's notice? Well, look what we have here. If it isn't the warrior of life on the Coliseum. Funny who you meet at the markets. As it happens, I just returned from my training, and the slaying of 10 chimeras just happened to be my task for the day. If it's chimera membrane you seek, you'd be more than welcome to share. My lady, you are far too kind. Don't mention it. If it hadn't been for Inspector Hildibrand and Enio here, I'd still be tag teaming with that slimy beast and cheating my way to fame and fortune. And I'm a woman who pays her debts. Oh, take me if it wasn't that Avila the Tempest. Ever since she confessed to her trickery and started climbing back up from the bottom of the ranks, I've been proud to call myself one of her biggest fans. Why, I have half a mind to give you the rags you seek simply for the privilege of meeting her. Kind sentiment, my good man, but we're more than happy to uphold our side of the bargain, aren't we, Enio? And with this, our task here is done. Now let us find this traitor named Jest. The blundering Mandragoras boy is on his last legs, and you need something of mine to save him, you say? Perhaps you can give me a good reason why I should care. Those bloody Mandragoras are richer than the traders themselves. Yet they have the audacity to haggle me down to the last gil for every purchase. If the family line ended today, I'd be a happier and wealthy man. And now I believe the ballroom calls. Good day to you, and do pass along my condolences to the grieving parents. Have you not a shed of honor or compassion in that spindly body? Business rival or no, the man is on death's doorstep.
Eh. After the events of that day, my father will not so easily forgive and forget. But it matters not to me. No, my love for you is as deep as the seven seas. I beg of you, my lady, may I have this dance? Enio, what a lovely surprise. Are you here for the ball, perchance? Heavens, the poor inspector. Well, if it isn't the Lapis maiden in the flesh. What say you bid farewell to preening fops and scruffy adventures and share a dance with a cultured gentleman befitting your great beauty? Why, it would be a pleasure and an honor both, my lord. Provided you first provide my good friend Enio with a bottle of twice distilled water that he seeks. You know this man? Oh, if that is the price you would set, then so be it. Take it, it's barely worth its weight in gil anyway. Now, shall we, Miss Arabella? I knew Hildy would to be a worthy rival, but to think he was this beloved by so many. Clearly this realm would deeply mourn his loss. Quickly, Enio, let us deliver these goods while there is still time to save him. I trust the two of you wouldn't dare to come back empty-handed. Bloody brilliant! I'd take you over my muscle-headed half-wit of a husband any day. So it is husband and wife. Okay. Now, stand back and let me show you some real Manderville home cooking. Oh, you bloody bugger. Guide my skillet. Aye, that should stop its spread. Now it's up to Hildy to flush what's left out his system. Don't worry, he's my son after all. I reckon he's still got some fight left in him. Look who I found. She was slumbering obviously in a rubbish-strewn corner of Pearl Lane. Boy, did that nap feel good. Yes, I'm sure it did. Enio, word has it that Ellie has been sighted at the Sylvan ruins. We must go there with all haste. You've done well, my dear. You've done well by my dear boy today. Don't worry, I'll handle things from here. There's a nice warm bed for him, and I think I know a few specialists who might know a thing or two about his condition. What in the devil's hell are you standing here for? The future Volta is at stake. Enio, my strength is yours as well. For Ulda, and for our friend Hildy. You remind me of my husband. What would you having more muscles than sense? If you're so keen on making yourself useful, wouldn't you run to the markets and bring me some fire crystals? Keeping my dear boy warm is key to fighting off the zombification. Let's see. I believe 20 crates or so should suffice. I'm a warrior, not under... yes, my lady. I say, kiddo, the burden we must bear simply to secure my long-awaited final confrontation with Enio. That said, the events of today have given me cause to reflect. Enio and Hildy both... Oh, be blessed with such veritable legions of friends tried and true. But alas, not I. No, only one true friend I've ever known, and she is long lost to me. You are a fine bird, and have given me great comfort in my travels, but you will never be Enkidu, my one and true companion. Oh, my friend, were you here with me, even Enio could not stand against our combined might. Oh, Enkidu, wherever you may wander, hear my words and return here to my side. Enkidu, do you hear me? Enkidu! Ye gods! What was that flash from the heavens? It nearly blinded me. And what? The crystals, where have they gone? Fancy meeting you here, old friend. That voice, could it be? My faithful companion, why must you always make me wait so? What are you doing dilly-dallying around here? Let me jog your memory. There's a moon-sick maid digging around a silly investigation site with her mindset on turning Olda into the land of the walking dead. Your concern for Hildy is most touching, but don't you worry. Mommy Dearest isn't going to let her beloved son kick the bucket that easily. We managed to track down Miss Ellie just up ahead, where your friends watch over as we speak. Yet no matter how many times we try to reach out to her, she refuses to so much as answer. Needless to say, we considered physically incapacitating her, but that crate she's sitting on isn't just a makeshift chair. It's filled to the brim with the traitor's spurn. One misstep and the consequences could be dire indeed. You are our only hope, Enio. Even in her single-minded rage, surely the time you spent together must still count for something. You need not put yourself in undue danger, and we have asked that you step forth to where your voice may be heard and call out your friend's name. I beg of you, Enio. Surely if anyone can convince the woman to abandon her madness, it is you. Oh, to think this girl and her sister were behind the crimes all along. I dare say this realm is awash with capable adversaries. Miss Ellie, and I thought we were friends. You do well not to anger the last friend. She's sitting atop an ample supply of that zombie powder, and I suspect she's not afraid to use it. I beggar's belief that I could have been so blind to do this. There we go. Ellie! Okay, let's see. Enio, I suggest you leave this place while you still can. I bear you no grudge, but should you so much as think of interfering, I'll not hesitate to turn you into a zombie too. So it was you, after all. Consider me disappointed. Your sister Siri is already in custody. Surrender now, and I will see that no harm befalls her. How little you understand us, Inspector. Then again, how could one born into a life of power and privilege ever hope to understand? Cece and I have no family, no friends, no fortune, nothing. Two sisters against the world, with only our quest for justice to give us meaning. Long ago, we made a vow. Should the worst happen, our mission takes priority over all. Yes, over our own wretched lives. Do you see now? Anything I might have once had to lose, I lost long ago. Now stand down or suffer the same fate as the olden dogs you would defend. Ellie, stop this madness. I'm sorry, Inspector. There's too many of them. All in a day's work for Mandragoras. You only delay the inevitable. I have an entire legion of the undead at my beck and call. Face it, it's only with Inspector Hildibrand's ridiculously good fortune that you even made it this far. And he's as good as 6 palms under. Be forewarned, girl. Know that I speak from experience when I say, underestimate Hildy, and you do so at your own peril. I'm afraid you underestimate me as well. No mere splash of holy water can stave off the effects of the traitor's spurn. I fear the good inspector's luck has finally ran out. Dolls balls, is there no end to them? I'm not liking our chances. Greg, was it? It's a shame to lose you, Enio. Warrior of light that you are, you might yet have served one last purpose for us. Go forth, my zombie minions! When darkness falls and hope fades to despair, 4 warriors born of light shall descend in the righteous glare. Bugger me with a broadsword. Are my eyes to be believed? That pose. No, these are not 4 warriors of light that I see. They are 4 gentlemen of light! Just so, my good man. Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, has made his triumphant return. Did you miss me? Aye, we meet again, girl. Tell me, you've got my snarble tunic, or I'll fashion myself a wig from your lovely locks after I've ripped them clean from your bloody head. Oh, hello there, Mr. Eleazar. Girl, you're looking absolutely splendid today. Impossible. The holy water couldn't have cured him. It didn't. Fortunately, our overlord spent quite some time building up an immunity to zombie powder. When we heard that Master Zombiebrand was at risk of joining the actual dead, we knew we had to take action. An immunity to... I'm just going to pretend that makes any kind of sense. The game is up, Miss Ellie. Pray abandon this madness. Besides, plots of mass murder hardly suit a lady like yourself. It's over. It's all over. Inspector Briardien. You said there was something you would tell me when all was through. I imagine you have no words for me now. Ellie, your powers of deduction are wanting. You said that you had lost everything and everyone you had to lose, did you not? As for me, I have found something, someone with whom I intend never to part. I care not if it takes years, even decades. When you emerge from your gal cell a free woman, I will be there. What say you? Miss Ellie, while the crimes perpetrated by you and your sister are unpardonable, you are far from the only ones guilty. On behalf of the Syndicate, I offer my apologies for the false aspersions cast upon your ancestors. You said that the nation of Ulda was built on lies. Seeing what I have seen today, I cannot deny your words. It will be not an easy task to rewrite, nay, restore history. But know this. I will do everything in my power to bring the truth to the fore. Him! Are we not forgetting someone here? And by someone, I mean me. If you're quite done playing cloak and dagger, I require Enio's presence for a matter of far greater importance. Aye, the time of our too long delayed confrontation is nigh. Why the long face, friend? Ah, but mayhap this will have you singing a happier tune. Could it be? The treaty blade, and a true one at that. None other, and I have not the slightest intention of parting with it, save to the one who would defeat me in single combat. Ah, but I misspeak. It'll not be single combat this time. Is that my cue, old friend? I'll be merciful. What is that abomination? Some new breed of void scent? Abomination? I'll thank you to address my companion with courtesy, girl. Ah, but 'twas the most curious thing. There I was, hauling a crate full of crystals for Hildy's mother, and thinking how much better things would be if my dear friend Enkidu were here. Then came a flash from the heavens, and the next thing I knew, there she was. By the gods, it makes perfect sense! Doubtless, the crystals heard Greg's heartfelt plea, summoning forth his friend. Nay, no mere friend, but rather the primal Enkidu. And the world has now completely and utterly ceased to be bound by the laws of logic. Enio, ye may have bested me in the past, but facing the two of us together will not prove so easy a task. And yet, I trust you will not shirk from this challenge. Aye, Enkidu and I shall await you at Amdapur Keep. "'Tis a ways from here, but what better venue for our climactic confrontation? If you would claim the treaty blade, then claim it from me as a warrior. To the skies, Enkidu! To the skies!" "Two against one? That's not very gentlemanly of you. Greg, come! Enio, to Amdapur!" This is a grave development indeed. To think that one man could summon a primal on his own. I must send word to the Scions at once. Oh, but of course! I had near forgotten we had a warrior of light in our very midst. Please, Enio, your only hope to slay the primal and reclaim the blade. All's well that ends well, eh, Enio? Hildy's undead acquaintances were kind enough to make an appearance at my request. Who would have thought zombies could be such gentlemen? I reckon it must be my son's good influence. Oh, I knew that if anything could bring Hildy back from the undead, it would be my dear wife's hand-mixed holy water. That's the world-class culinarian I married. And the height difference is very, very significant. Look at the Inspector go! I am right behind you, Inspector. And with that, my work here is done. You were by far the least incompetent associate I encountered in my travels. For preserving some shred of my sanity, you have my thanks. That said, my time in this land was not a total loss. My experiences here have taught me an important lesson. That this world and the fools who populate it rarely, if ever, abide by the principles of logic. This should serve me well in my future cases. And most importantly of all, I'll leave here with a vow that has given my life new meaning. But this is no time for sentiment. The gentlemen of light, core, they were every bit as radiant as I pegged them to be. One day I'll be a hero myself. Just you watch. Ellie, forgive me. After 400 years, this might very well spell the end for the arbiters of truth. Whether or not replace the fallen is a decision for my superiors to make. In either event, I have decided to renounce my position. I thought they were but white lies, but I've seen firsthand the suffering they can cause. I'm sorry for deceiving you, Enio. For what it's worth, it wasn't personal. Really, Hildibrand? Is that you, Enio? But forgive me, it was right on Greg's tail when I encountered a subterranean curiosity that demanded my immediate attention. I will be concluding my investigation forthwith. But in the meantime, I trouble you to entertain Greg and his primal friend in my stead. Together, we will reclaim that treaty blade from that knave, Enio. Yes, just go ahead, I'll be along directly. At long last, we meet again on the battlefield. I dare say Enkidu shall come to enjoy our tussles as much as I. You, however, might not find this one so enjoyable, unless you enjoy getting pounded senseless. Ha! There we go. Oh, there's an X phase. Yeah, I thought that was a little too easy.
Me? Run away? Ha! I was but seeking a more suitable spot. But in Exposition, now we fight like men, and ladies who dress like men. For Gilgamesh, it is transmogrifying time. The mightiest warrior ever to grace Eorzea stands before you, by which I mean I, Gilgamesh. Prepare yourself. Nice visuals. Go. Oh, that sword dance just comes out of nowhere. There we go, we got it. To think that my full complement of ours would have mailed me not. No more hijinks from Gilgamesh. You have my word. The Treaty Blade too, I shall return. Just as soon as I remember where I hid it. Anyway, I yield to your unparalleled presence. Spare me. Cutscene time. Not! Ha! I lied again, like a rug. You can take that fusty old blade for all I care. I thirst for true power and not save the strongest for last. Warrior of Light, you've proven a worthy opponent, but I warn you, treasure every moment with your weapon. For sure as day follows night, the hour will come when I claim it as my own. Till we meet again. What ho, Enio? Have you seen Greg and his oversized avian companion? Lead me to them at once, and we shall deliver the coup de grace together. The battle's already been won? That is triumphant news indeed. Clearly, the lessons you have learned from me have not been for naught. And what's this, you say? The Treaty Blade lies hidden somewhere in the nearby wood? Worry not, my ever-loyal associate, for no buried treasure will escape the keen eye of Hildibrand, agent of inquiry, and inspector extraordinaire. Now, which way was the forest again? Enio, what news of the Primal and the Treaty Blade? Remarkable! I knew the Warrior of Light could emerge triumphant. Let us hope that Inspector Hildibrand enjoys similar success in finding the blade. Such design, such craftsmanship, at once bold and powerful, yet sensitive and refined. I believe I found the inspiration for my next masterpiece. Of course they're beautiful. They were the greatest treasures of lost Sildi. To think that they were locked away in the vaults of those that destroyed our homeland and dragged their ancestors' names through the mud. And just how did you come to know of these long-lost relics? There was an ancient scroll passed down in our family, left to us by a dear grandmother. It spoke of the 4 warriors of light, their 4 relics, and an incantation of untold power. If we could have wielded this magic of legend, Ellie and I might still have had the last laugh. Nashu is getting bored. Alas, speaking in the words had no effect. Only a warrior of light can wield the power, or so the legend goes. What I wouldn't have given to see it. The ultimate achievement of the greatest mages this realm has ever known. And just what sort of incantation is this? The ring casts open the doors of justice. The wise man whispers a verdict true, as virtue shines down from the heavens. To complete the incantation, the warrior of light would then hold forth the treaty blade and speak, "Blade in hand, I swear unto you." The legends differ as to what happens next, but all speak of a great holy radiance shining down from the heavens. Over here, friends! Hildibrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinaire, returns with tidings most triumphant. Behold, safe in my hands, none other than the treaty blade, and the real one this time, I swear unto you. Yes, just like that, I swear unto you, then... My word, whatever is this odd tingling sensation? Ridiculous! Hildibrand isn't the warrior of light. He's just some fool who thought he could stop the lesser moon with his own bare hands. It would seem that the treaty blade is just as confused as the rest of us. No, the light. Someone stop it! I won't stand to see the legendary power of our forefathers wielded by this muscle-bound buffoon. Skyward ho! Well, I dare say that proved to be a most useful incantation indeed. And so the light of justice that shone from the treaty blade banished the shadow, returning peace to the land. So the legend ended. I must say, I never expected to be quite literally a beam of light. I suppose it wouldn't have been much use to us, after all. Inspector! Oh, Inspector, wait for me! All's balls, Hildy. First, you almost die at your Moor mother's feet, and now you fly off to God's nowhere without even giving your kiss goodbye? Ho ho ho! It appears that the case of Wanderlust has once again struck Hildibrand, as has many a Manderville man before him. Godspeed, my boy. When the day comes that you tire of mystery solving, your dear old man will be here to pass on to you the family art. So in the end, the Sildane incantation of legend was wielded not by a warrior of light, but a gentleman of light. Well, the treaty blade is some 6 centuries old after all. Perhaps it's not quite as sharp as it used to be. That magic that brought peace and happiness to the people of Belladia. It was every bit as beautiful as I imagined. To think I would see it with my own eyes. It's nothing short of a dream come true. He bumbles and stumbles through yet another case, and still he manages to make a girl's dream come true. A gentleman to the end, the bloody bastard.
What's this? A glint in the corner of my eye? A curious scent wafting in on the winds from a far-flung land. Do I smell a case? Worry not for me, my friends. Forever the wronged want for succor, I, Hildibrand, shall be there.
Michael Jackson, Moonwalk. Hildibrand will return.
It's not over. Apparently this continues in the expansions as well, apparently. But thankfully we finished the level 50 though. This was the level 50 Hildibrand quest. So that's not the last time we're gonna see of him apparently. But the good news, it's over. It was definitely interesting, wasn't it? Very memorable characters to say the least. Later everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Later everyone.